I've been looking for you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. Looks like that's it. Got to go. Someone do something!
Nobody here now. Yes? What is it?
Как спримираш, бе? Nope.
Stupid dog.
Ето. Добре.
Delphine. It's good to see you. It's been a long time.
It's good to see you too, Esbern. It's been too long, old friend. Too long. Well, then. You made it safe and sound. Good. Come on, I have a place we can talk. Orgnar, hold down the bar for a minute, will you?
Yeah, sure.
This way. Now then, I assume you know about...
Oh yes, Dragon Ball. Indeed. Yes. Oh, this chick is everything, of course. There's no time to lose. We must locate. Let me show you. I know I had it here somewhere.
Esbern, what?
Give me just a moment. Here it is. Come, let me show you. See, right here, Skyhaven Temple. Constructed around one of the main Akaviri military camps in the Reach during their conquest of Skyrim.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Shh! This is where they built Aldrin's Wall to set down in stone all their... accumulated dragon lore, a hedge against the forgetfulness of centuries, a wise and foresighted policy in the event. Despite the far-reaching fame of Aldrin's Wall at the time, one of the wonders of the ancient world, its location was lost.
Esbern, what are you getting at?
You mean, you don't mean to say you haven't heard of Aldrin's Wall? Either of you?
Let's pretend we haven't. What's Alduin's Wall, and what does it have to do with stopping the dragons?
Aldrin's Wall was where the ancient blades recorded all they knew of Aldrin and his return. Part history, part prophecy. Its location has been lost for centuries, but I've found it again. Not lost, you see, just forgotten. The Blade's archives held so many secrets. I was only able to save a few scraps.
So you think that Alduin's Wall will tell us how to defeat Alduin?
Well, yes. But there's no guarantee, of course.
Skyhaven Temple it is, then. I knew you'd have something for us, Esbern. I know the area of the Reach that Esbern's talking about, near what's now known as Karthspire, in the Karth River Canyon. We can meet you there or all travel together. Your call. Your call. Might be safer to travel separately. Attract less attention that way. Don't worry, I'll get Esbern there in one piece. We'll wait for you near Karthspire. Good luck.
Окей. О, да бе. Мале, много ми е трудно да свикна с клавиатура и мишка.
Need a ride? I can take you to... Where do you want to go? Climb and back and we'll be off. Ever been to Markarth? Some say it was built by the dwarves. I don't believe a word of it though. Някъде имаш чест. Или може би те трябваше да си тръгнат. Не искам да взимам тежките неща, че... Това елфа, с който съм... който ми е кампания, е пълен. И...
много хубави неща, ама... Скумата е useless тази игра. За жалост. Предишните Elder Scrolls игри беше по-смислено да търсиш скума, малко тая един от най-безмислените айтеми. Найс. Дай това ще го вземем, че е скъпо. Купваме бекпака. Добре, добре. За колко ни е керито? Супер. Трябва доста полшенки да продадем, че с това крафтване съм се напълнил. Не знам. Има добър бол. Тук не си спомням дали имаше някакъв смисъл да се влиза. Но ще влезнем. Тук има и долен етаж. Outline. Сирене. Още ябълки. Това крафтване ли беше? Да, cooking pot. Окей. Найс. Отровна зелена ябълка. Накъде бехме, бе? Си спомням, май по този път трябваше да минем. Не се лъжа. Нищо, че го дава от този мост да минем напряко. Или не. Не, греша. Няма значение, дел тук ще минем за по-напряко. И... Нърмарут. Окей. Това е. Пак. Опа, още един. Не, че мисля направо ни квестето изискваше да ги събираш всичките тия буклуци, но така и така са пред мене. Oh my fucking god. Добре, тук трябва да снайпваме доста. Аре бе, какво се случва? Най-после. Да, фак. Не. Какво има? Желязо.
Could have been my imagination.
Fools! Never should have come here. At your best, huh? You've already...
Опа. Всъщност, защо да не използвам Restoration?
There you
Hold on. What was that?
Трябваше да сейвам.
Oh,
То път ще сейваме малко по-често. Мога да продължим, ама бих искал да го убиваме и дракона и тия момици. О, тия ги мраза. Нека си се бие с уния горе. Да ги избие лека по лека. Аз тук ще си лутам през това време. О, шит. Wait, what? Ти убиха дракона ли, бе, брат? Найс.
I'm right behind you. What do you want me to carry?
Той имаше ли место, нямаше ли, дано има. Не. Oh my fucking god.
What do you want me to carry?
Полшенки някакви да му дадеме. Добре.
Let's get going then.
Тия ги чувам как си говорят. Дето биха дракона.
Let's keep moving. Lead on to Skyhaven Temple.
Is someone there?
Who's there? Ha!
Be careful. The Forsworn are just as dangerous as they look.
А, отгоре.
And all of them!
Nice. Leather Scout Helmet. А не е ли просто качук? Тия ще ни трябват по-нататък. Animal
Let's keep
Backpack.
moving.
Това е сигурно за тия животните, къде са в DLC-тата, където може да ги купуваме. Animal Color. За сега няма нищо да правя. Empty. A bucket. Не. Чакай, че сме и дигнали левел. Дроп. Дроп. хелт ще дигам. Окей.
Lead on to Skyhaven Temple.
Сега вече му отидем натам. Сейваме. То си аутосейва, окей.
You're not afraid of it, are you?
Типа нещо, но с никакви стрели няма тия бастони. А това какво е? Blacksmith, това е за крафването най-вероятно беше. Найс. Добро пръстенче.
Yes, definitely early Akaviri stonework.
Да.
We've got to get this bridge down.
Чувах се дали да не е модна.
These pillars must have something to do with it.
Ама...
Yes, these are Akaviri symbols. Here, let's see. You have the symbol for king and warrior, and of course the symbol for dragonborn. That's the one that appears to have a sort of arrow shape pointing downward at the bottom.
Ей, това как трябваше да се направи, бе?
Yes, that's it. The symbol on the pillar on the left.
Whatever you did, it worked.
Окей.
Let's see what those old blades left it on.
Oh shit. Не е лошо, ама много тежи.
Here's the blood seal, another of the lost Akaviri arts. No doubt triggered by, well, blood. Your blood, Dragonborn. Look
Try
here.
dripping blood onto
You see
the
how the
carving.
ancient blades revered Reman Cyrodiil?
It's coming to life.
I'm right behind you.
There's no telling what we might find inside.
I've got your back. Let's get going then.
Не, вече не мога да уча от него умения. Явно. Само дано не се гличне тук квеста, че ми се е случвало няколко пъти. Тоя Барли тъмкъв беше, седи до стената и нищо не прави. И сега, като гледам, тия май много бавно се качваха нагоре. Да. Асбърн. Да, Асбърн.
Amazing. You can see how the Akaviri craftsmen were beginning to embrace the more flowing Nordic style.
Да.
We're here for Alduin's wall, right?
Аре малко
Esbern?
по-бързо, пич.
Yes, of course. We'll have more time to look around later, I suppose. Let's see what's up ahead.
Като прибереш торча и понеже в тази игра, ако не се лъжа, 2 минути беше гореше торча. И като го прибереш ето така и пак го изкараш, се ресетва времето.
Aldwin's wall, so well preserved.
И така не е нужно да си купуваш нови торчове или да търсиш. Не, че много осветяват, но пак
Esbern, we need information, not a lecture on artists.
малко по-емърсив.
Let's see what we have.
Влизаш малко повече в атмосферата на играта така. Моля те, не се гличвай. Добре.
Look, here is Alduin. This panel goes back to the beginning of time, when Alduin and the dragon cult ruled over Skyrim. Here, the humans rebelled against their dragon overlord, the legendary Dragon War. Alduin's defeat is the centerpiece of the wall. You see, here is fallen from the sky. The Nord Tongs, masters of the voice, are arrayed against him.
So does it show how they defeated him? Isn't that why we're here?
Patience, my dear. The Akaviri were not a straightforward people. Everything is couched in allegory and mythic symbolism. Yes, yes. This here, coming from the mouths of the Nord heroes, this is the Akaviri symbol for shout. But there's no way to know what shout is meant.
You mean they used a shout to defeat Alduin? You're sure?
Oh, yes. Presumably something rather specific to dragons. Or even Alduin himself. Remember, this is where they recorded all they knew of Alduin and his return.
Колко е
So we're
пикселизирано.
looking for a shout then. Damn it.
Спомням си, че имаше такива
Never heard of
модове
such a
за
thing. A shout that can knock a
дето
dragon out of the
реплейсваха
sky.
включително ли и тази стана, не само. The Greybeards My Known,
You're probably right. I was
които
hoping to avoid
реплейсваха
having to involve them in this.
тия есети и това изглеждаше брутално реалистично. I will ask Arangir if he knows what shout they use.
Right. Good thing they've already let you into their little cult. Not likely they'd help Esbern or me,
Не
as
се
we can
харесват.
call it. We'll look around Skyhaven Temple and see what else the old blades might have left for us. It's a better hideout than I could have hoped for. Talos guard you.
Look here, in the third panel.
Nice.
The prophecy
Alduin's
was
wall.
the Akaviri to Tamriel in the first place, in search of the Dragonborn. Here are the Akaviri, the blades. You see their distinctive long swords. Now they kneel, their ancient mission fulfilled. as the last dragonborn contends with Aldrin at the end of time. Are you paying attention, Delphine? You might learn something of our own history.
Много ме радва как като играш някой от Elder Scrolls игрите, винаги се доиграва някой от друга от тях. Също. Сега в момента, като се сета за Blade, тия остриетата, нали, The Blades, гилда, се сещам винаги за това, за Oblivion. Така, сега трябва да говорим с брадатите чичковци. Да ме научат. Което ме подсеща. Тук мога да си дигна sneak скила, ако има някой, който се моли, но не. В принцип на тия черги се молят. Ама така като гледам, няма никой.
You've retrieved the horn of Jörgen Windcall. Well done. You have now passed all the trials. Come with me. It is time for us to recognize you formally as Dragonborn.
Някаква книга за скил. Не. Ох, музиката е брутална. Все ми се струва, че не съм го... че се е разсетнал. Вилто.
You are ready to learn the final word of unrelenting force. Da, which means push. Da. With all three words together, this shout is much more powerful. Use it wisely. Speak to you. Stand between us and prepare yourself. Few can withstand the unbridled voice of the Greybeards, but you are ready. voice of the Greybeards and pass through unscathed. High Hrothgar is open to you. Wind, guide you.
I need to learn the shout used to defeat Alduin.
Where did you learn of that? Who have you been talking to?
It was recorded on the Alduin's wall.
The Blades, of course. They specialize in meddling in matters they barely understand. Their reckless arrogance knows no bounds. They have always sought to turn the Dragonborn from the path of wisdom. Have you learned nothing from us? Would you simply be a tool in the hands of the Blades to be used for their own purposes?
The Blades just want to defeat Alduin, don't you?
What I want is irrelevant. This shout was used once before, was it not? And here we are again. Have you considered that Alduin was not meant to be defeated? Those who overthrew him in ancient times only postponed the day of reckoning. They did not stop it. If the world is meant to end, so be it. Let it end and be reborn.
So you wouldn't help me?
No, not now. Not until you return to the path of wisdom. I have given my answer. Go and reconsider your course. Dragonborn, wait. Forgive me, I was intemperate. I allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment. Master Einarth reminded me of my duty. The decision whether or not to help you is not mine to make.
So, can you teach me the shout?
No, I cannot teach it to you, because I do not know it. It is called Dragonrend, but its words of power are unknown to us. We do not regret this loss. Dragonrend holds no place within the way of the voice.
If the shout is lost, how can I defeat Alduin?
Only Paarthurnax, the master of our order, can answer that question, if he so chooses.
Who's Paarthurnax?
He is our leader. He surpasses us all in his mastery of the way of the voice.
Why haven't I met Paarthurnax yet?
He lives in seclusion on the very peak of the mountain. He speaks to us only rarely, and never to outsiders. Being allowed to see him is a great privilege. How
do I get to the top of the mountain to see him?
Only those whose voice is strong can find the path. We will teach you a shout to open the way to Paarthurnax.
Clear Sky или какво беше? Ще вече съм го забрал. Чакай, че той сега, докато се занесе до дънка, ще отидеме до там, където трябва и ще направим ето така. Clear skies. Така. Не. Не мога да свикна с това, с клавиатурата. Още.
The words will grant you my understanding. This is your final gift from us, dragon. Use it well.
Къде ми е щита, бе? Аз май съм го... без да искам... А, него, бе? Няма да взема нищо. А пъвка се появи, бе. Стигнахме. О, шит. Била. fucking god. Да, окей. Добре. Ще свикна. Контролер е малко по-лесно. То може би, защото съм свикнал.
Greetings, Wundernik. I am Parthenax.
Party snacks.
Who are you? What brings you to my Strulmach, my mountain?
I think you already know who I am.
Yes, Vaza. You speak true, Dovahkiin. Forgive me. It has been long since I held Tinvak with a stranger. I gave in to the temptation to prolong our speech.
I need to learn Dragon Rant Shout. Can you teach me?
Drem. Patience. There are formalities which must be observed at the first meeting of two of the Dove. By long tradition, the elder speaks first. Hear my thum. Feel it in your bones. Match it if you are Dovahkiin. Spoken. The Rosmular waits. Understand fire as the Dove do. Me what you can do. Treat me not as mortal. Ah, yes. Sosedo Vlostmul. The dragon blood runs strong in you. It is long since I had the pleasure of speech with one of my own kind. So, you have made your way here to me. No easy task for a jaw, mortal, even for one of Dovasos, dragon blood. What would you ask of me?
Can you teach me the Dragon Rant Shout?
Ah, I have expected you, Proda. You would not come all this way for Tinvak with an old Dova. No, you seek your weapon against Alduin.
Do you know Dragon Rant or not?
Crosis, sorrowfully, no. It cannot be known to me. Your kind, Jor, mortals, created it as a weapon against the Dove, the dragons. Our Hadrime, our minds, cannot even comprehend its concepts.
How can I learn it then?
Drem, all in good time. First, a question for you. Why do you want to learn this, Thum?
I need to stop Alduin.
Yes, Alduin, Zebach, the elder brother, gifted, grasping, and troublesome, as is so often the case with firstborn. But why? Why must you stop Alduin?
The prophecy says that only the Dragonborn can stop him.
True, but Kostid, prophecy, tells what may be, not what should be. Kostid Salo Ak. Just because you can do a thing does not always mean you should. Do you have no better reason for acting than destiny? Are you nothing but a plaything of Des, of fate?
I don't believe in destiny, but I will stop Alduin.
And so perhaps your destiny will be fulfilled. Who can say? Des Motmahus, even to the Dove who ride the currents of time, destiny is elusive. Alduin believes that he will prevail, with good reason. Rakmul. And he is no fool, Nime, Rinnik Gutnol, far from it. He began as the wisest and most far-seeing of us all. But you have indulged my weakness for speech long enough. Croesus, now I will answer your question. Do you know why I live here, at the peak of the Monaven, what you name throat of the world?
I never thought about it.
This is the most sacred mountain in Skyrim, Sokravak Struma, the great mountain of the world. Here, the ancient tongues, the first mortal masters of the voice, brought Alduin to battle and defeated him.
Using the Dragon Wrench, right?
Yes and no. Viknusnikaron. Alduin was not truly defeated either. If he was, you would not be here today seeking to defeat him. The Nords of those days used the Dragonrend shout to cripple Alduin. But this was not enough. Ok Mulag Unslad. It was the Kell, the Elder Scroll. They used it to cast him adrift on the currents of time.
An Elder Scroll? What's that?
How to explain in your tongue? The Dove have words for such things that Jor do not. It is an artifact from outside time. It does not exist, but it has always existed. Rahwatlan. They are fragments of creation.
Kele, Elder Scrolls as you name them. They have often been used for prophecy. Yes, your prophecy comes from an Elder Scroll. But this is only a small part of their power. Zofa Suyer.
Are you saying the ancient Nords sent Alduin forward in time?
Not intentionally. Some hoped he would be gone forever, forever lost. Meye. I knew better. Tidbo Amativ. Time flows ever onward. One day he would surface. Which is why I have lived here. For thousands of mortal years, I have waited. I knew where he would emerge, but not when.
How does any of this helps me?
Krent. Time was shattered here because of what the ancient Nords did to Alduin. If you brought that Kel, that Elder Scroll back here to the Tid Ahran, the Time Wound, with the Elder Scroll that was used to break time, you may be able to cast yourself back to the other end of the break. You could learn Dragonrend from those who created it.
Do you know where I can find the Elder Scroll?
Croesus, no. I know little of what has passed below in the long years I have lived here. You are likely better informed than I.
Esbern and Arangir might have some idea.
Trust your instincts, Dovahkiin. Your blood will show you the way. Dremyolok, greetings. Sum Ark Mora.
Добре. Wait, what? Без дисъх. Ага. Беше това трик. One hit. Добре. Да пробваме пак. Според мен е... Окей. Nope. Стана, бе. сега. Това какво беше пауършота? Спри тук, така. Сник. Да видим сника. До 50 го дигаме и стига толкова. Ще почина ми омръзва. 47. А one-handed не знам на колко беше, някъде около 40 сигурно. 40 и малко. Осем. Через 9. Добре. Само и one hand. Не ми се занимаваме. Ще го приберем. Така.
So, you spoke to Parthenax. The dragon blood burns bright within you. Did he tell you what you wanted to know? Did he teach you the dragon rend shout?
No, but he told me how to find out.
Well, so be it. If he believes it is necessary for you to learn this, we will bow to his wisdom.
I need the Elder Scroll. The ancient used. Do you know where to find it?
We have never concerned ourselves with the scrolls. The gods themselves would rightly fear to tamper with such things. As for where to find it, such blasphemies have always been the stock and trade of the mages of Winterhold. They may be able to tell you something about the Elder Scroll you seek.
Няма какво да говорим повече с него.
Guide you.
Така. Winterhold, окей. Там пък какво трябваше да направим? Да бе, трябва да излезе от шибаната манастири. От шибания манастир. Ще само видя откъде си излизаш. Nope. Всъщност тук има ли някакви? Горе-долу нищо смислено, но нямат. Сега вече може да отидем до стейбъла. Тук каравана.
I can take you to any of the hold capital. Where do you want to go?
Winterhold.
Climb and back and we'll be off. Nice weather for a ride. Hope it lasts.
About casting spells all day.
Don't just walk away from me. Where do you think you're going?
To the inn for a drink, of course. Where else could I even go in this god's forsaken?
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something in the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself. I'll sell just about anything if it's worth my time. Keep that in mind, will you?
What is it? Dragons?
What is it? Dragons?
Cross the bridge at your own peril. The way is dangerous and the gate will not open. You shall not gain entry.
Why are you out here?
I am here to assist those seeking the wisdom of the college. And if, in the process, my presence helps to deter those who might seek to do harm, so be it. The more important question is, why are you here?
May I enter the college?
Perhaps. But what is it you expect to find within?
I seek knowledge of the Elder Scrolls.
Do you? It is true there are some here who have spent years studying the accumulated knowledge of the scrolls. But what you seek does not come easily, and can destroy those without a strong will. It would seem that the college has what you seek. The question now is, what can you offer the college? Not just anyone is allowed inside. Those wishing to enter must show some degree of skill with magic. A small test, if you will.
I will take your test then.
Excellent. The Mage Light spell is useful to any mage, not just those specializing in alteration. Can you cast one on the seal on the ground?
Okay, I can do that. Има destruction, да, точно така.
No matter what, the college will endure.
Майко мила. Настръхнал само като погледна отгоре. Ела? Не го ли минах?
Winter holds glory. Much knowledge lies within the college's walls. If you can pass the test, then yes. Excellent. Yes, you were going to demonstrate your ability, were you not? No? Very well. It's your choice. Take a look.
Чай, има ли някакви... Я малко да си продадем глупости тук на нея. Тя няма почти никакви пари.
If you can pass the test, then yes. Until
I've been
next
looking for
time.
you. Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only. Let's see here. A letter. Not sure who from. He wouldn't say, just that he was a friend of yours. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
The is an asset to Skyrim. Mirabelle does a fine job as Master Wizard. If you can pass the test, then yes. I can't wait to see who succeeds. No? Well, if you think you're capable of it, then I'd be happy to provide it to you for a mere 30 gold. Or you can try your luck with one of the court wizards around Skyrim. They also sell spells. Here you are. Now I'm anxious to see you cast it.
Да, то глупав каст. Ето... Alteration. Ага, окей.
Certainly a few of my colleagues aren't quite as talented as they'd like to believe. Savos Aran is wise beyond his years. He knows real talent when he sees it. Until next time. I'm sure when the time for... If you can pass the test, then... Excellent. Yes, you were going to demonstrate your ability, were you not? Until next time. Don't you think I'd make a wonderful master wizard? Maybe even archmage someday? Yes?
Интересно ми е дали се е гличнал или просто нещо изпускам.
Need something? There's nothing more I can teach you. If you can pass the test. No, I'm afraid I don't know anything of the sort. Dragonborn? It's been so long since we've had any contact with the Greybeards. Do you really have the voice? I would be most impressed to see that. If it's true, and you do, would you mind showing me? I've never... So the stories are true. You are Dragonborn. Normally, you'd need to show some aptitude with one of the schools of magic. But you... I think there is much that we can learn from each other. I think you'll be a superb addition to the college. Welcome, apprentice. I'll lead you across the bridge. Once you're inside, you'll want to speak with Mirabelle Irvine, our master wizard. Please, follow me.
Най-после.
Even with the college's laid-back attitude, there are still some things that are off-limits.
It's lies. All of it. I don't care what she told you. It's all lies.
What are you talking about?
Feralda, don't act like she didn't say anything. I know her, and I know what she's been up to.
What's your problem with Feralda?
My problem with her? She's the one who has a problem with me. She's threatened by me, by my skill as a wizard, by my elegance and posture, by my superior good looks.
No, Господи.
But she is not going to get the better of me. Oh no, I won't let it get to me one bit. That's what she's after. She's trying to undermine my confidence, make me doubt myself. Well, it won't work, I tell you. All right then.
Не си добре с главата. Госпожички.
I believe I've made myself rather clear.
Yes, of course. I'm simply trying...
Така. За сега няма почваме нищо с това. Колежа тук. Просто гледам как да бия main story-то, да бия Алвин и след това ще продължим с другите неща, които...
You are now in the Arcanium, of which I am in charge. It might as well be my own little plane of oblivion. Disrupt my Arcanium, and I will have you torn apart by angry Atronachs. Now, do you require assistance?
Are there any special books you're looking for?
As a matter of fact, there are. Have you ever heard of Shalador? Immensely powerful mage, back in the First Era. Had an understanding of magic few have ever matched. He holed himself up in Labyrinthian and devoted all his time to research and study, but more than you would imagine possible. Since then, his writings have been scattered all over Skyrim, but are little use to anyone who can't translate them. I'm one of the few who can. I've heard whispers of more of his work having turned up. If you can track it down, it may prove useful to all of us.
I'm looking for an elder scroll.
And what do you plan to do with it? Do you even know what you're asking about? Or are you just someone's errand boy?
Of course I do. Do you have anyone here?
You think that even if I did have one here, I would let you see it? It would be kept under the highest security. The greatest thief in the world wouldn't be able to lay a finger on it.
What about Dragonborn?
What about? Wait. Were you the one the Greybeards were calling? I'll bring everything we have on them, but it's not much. So don't get your hopes up. It's mostly lies, leavened with rumor and conjecture. If you're feeling adventurous, I'm always looking for someone to procure valuable books from some more dangerous locations. Well, all right, here. I scribbled down the last place I'd heard about. Check it out, but be careful. All right, then. Here you go. Try not to spill anything on them. I don't want to see you Hundreds of years have gone into assembling this collection. It's going to stay pristine, understand?
This rumination book is comprehensive.
That's the work of Septimus Cygnus. He's the world's master of the nature of Elder Scrolls, but, well, he's been gone for a long while. Too long.
Where did he go?
Somewhere up north, in the ice fields. He said he found some old Dwemer artifact, but well, that was years ago. Haven't heard from him since.
Okay. Ще мога ли да излезна от тук без да... Неестествено. Добре. Не си спомням как по бързия начин можеше да съм излезна от тук, ама... Skyrim. What? Shouts.
Welcome to the college.
I think the college is due for a change in leadership.
Само че не си спомням тук.
If you're working on any experiments, please clean up after yourself.
Махни се от тук, ама. Nice. Перфектно. Защо ми го дава нагоре, бе, брат? мога да свикна да движа картата, мисля се с мишката, че ще мога да... Добре. Не. Леле, това ще е брутално да го играеш на Survival Mode. Мисля, че не съм го опитвал, ама не смятам и да го опитам скоро. Ала? Чакай, бе. Да, ето. Викам, тук беше някъде.
When the top level was built, no more could be placed. It was and is the maximal apex.
I heard you know about the Elder Scrolls.
Elder Scrolls, indeed. The Empire. They absconded with them. Or so they think. The ones they saw. The ones they thought they saw. I know of one. Forgotten. Sequestered. But I cannot go to it, not poor Septimus, for I have arisen beyond its grasp.
So, where is the scroll?
Here. Well, here as in this plain. Mundus, Tamriel, nearby, relatively speaking. On the cosmological scale, well, it's all nearby.
Can you help me to get the Elder Scroll or not?
One block lifts the other. Septimus will give what you want, but you must bring him something in return.
What do you want?
You see this masterwork of the Dwemer, deep inside their greatest knowings. Septimus is clever among men, but he is but an idiot child compared to the dullest of the Dwemer. Lucky then they left behind their own way of reading the Elder Scrolls. In the depths of Black Reach, one yet lies. Have you heard of Black Reach? Cast upon where Drimmer City slept, the yearning spire hidden learnings kept.
Where is this Black Reach?
Under deep, below the dark, the hidden keep, Tower Mzark. Offhand, the point of puncture, of first entry of the tapping. Delve to its limits, and Black Reach lies just beyond. But not all can enter there. Only Septimus knows the hidden key to loose the lock to jump beneath the deathly rock.
How do I get in?
Two things I have for you. Two shapes. One edged, one round. The round one for tuning. Dwemer music is soft and subtle, and needed to open their cleverest gates. The edged lexicon for inscribing. To us, a hunk of metal. To the Dwemer, a full library of knowings, but empty. Find Mazark and its sky dome. The machinations there will read the scroll and lay the lore upon the cube. Trust Septimus. He knows you can know.
Някоя книжка. Не. Дали ще успеем да се качим или... минеме една идея по-накратко. Значи. Не става и това си. Тук ще стане. Супер. Я пробваме да избистрим малко небето, дали ще се получи. Nope. Nope. Струва си поне да опитаме. Не, че го... What? Пак. Отвратително гадно е, докато се науча.
Can't wait to kill another Imperial.
Събереме стрелите тук. Ти много ги мраза. Не мога да ги видиш дори когато те наближават. Ти бакуците. Не искам да взема. Да пак. Стига, бе. Как мога да го убия Фендъл, бе? Не искам да ползвам кодове. Конзол команди. Всъщност направо е така ще направим. Абе. Мисля си, че съм още мисля, че съм силен, ама не е всъщност точно така. Затова понеже не ми се занимава с глупости. Най-после. Абе, защо подявалите не могат да дигнат тази стрела? Да си взема стрели поне. И сега сейваме. То си е някакъв ловец просто. Няма го закачам. Аре, дай ви камерата. Котката иска се качи тук. При мене. Седи и ме гледа отдалече. Не си спомням. Мисля, че имаше някой. Не, явно не. Обаче мисля да сейвна. Да сейвна и да си направя нещо за хапване за вечеря. Дойде това време.
What makes a game dead? A lack of a community. No updates. A low player count. Yes, it's a low player count. In this video, we'll be taking a look at a handful of games which, in one way or another, can be called dead games. Now, a few of these games I've selected to do have active player bases, but within these games there's a wide range of long-forgotten, dead game modes and community servers, which I'm including. For each game I've selected, I've set myself a time limit of 1 hour. Within this hour, I tasked myself to try and find anything interesting I could within the game, while completely and utterly alone. No footage within this video is scripted, and all footage was collected over the course of a few days. Now, without further ado, we're going to attempt to make something out of nothing. Active Worlds is a virtual world game which was released all the way back in 1995 and received an update as recently as 8 months ago. Within the game, you can walk around user-created levels, some of which are older than me, and talk to anyone you come across. For the purposes of this video though, we're going to be sticking to the empty servers, which is most of them. Of course, I had to start by making myself an avatar. The first step with making a character was that I had to select one of the 3 main species of man, being human, teen, and anime. I quickly glanced through my options and decided that I felt like being this very cool anime man. I also had to fit in if I were to run into anyone else along the way, so say hello to Big Cool Tony, 1991. I started off in the tutorial map, figuring out the controls.
To get started, use your arrow keys to move around. You can also use your W, A, S, and D keys to move as well.
I walked around for a bit, and after about a minute I went full breaker style and crashed the game with my smooth moves. Hopping back online after the crash, the first map I tried out was a Rolling Stones tribute map called Pops, and I can't play the song, so just imagine you're hearing it. Next up was a server called Primo 2, and this map was absolute peak. It seemed to be some kind of tribute to Coca-Cola, with an entire city being made in the soft drink's honor. I didn't get too far in before it crashed again, but I wasn't stopping there with this one. I had to see Primo 2. Heading into the town square, the city's name was unveiled, Cokeopolis. I was being flooded with Coke ads all around, and my eardrums were assaulted by the overlapping promotional material. But I had to venture on to see what awaits in Cokeopolis. I reached the inner city and was met with, you guessed it, more Coke ads. Now I don't know if this was some sort of paid promotion or a genuine labor of love by a Coke lover, and I don't know which one is worse. Within town, I had a few options. I could head to the Coke Theater, the Coke Lounge, or the Coke Hotel. I chose the theater to see what kind of kino they were playing inside, seeing as tickets were $100 each. After this, I headed over to the Cokeopolis maximum security prison and caught a glimpse of the rules as things were loading in. No spitting, no smoking, no having fun, and no Pepsi. I decided I was going to head back down Main Street and took one of their iconic flying cars. Next up was a real bare-bones Star Wars server. Now I don't know if it just hadn't loaded things in yet or if it was glitching, but it just felt unfinished. I got yelled at by an invisible bartender and moved on.
You're droid. They'll have to... We don't want them here.
After this was a server called Bugs. Hopped into the next one, which was called SIAW. I take it this one was an official Active World server because of the AW, as well as the fact that it was just a genuinely well-crafted, non-crack map. Like, this one was genuinely impressively built in its own weird Active Worlds kind of way. The only odd thing about this one was a MIDI playing the Halloween theme song just scattered all around the map. Like, it was in a couple clothing stores and a bingo hall and probably other places too. I ramped the police car up a bridge, caught some wicked air, started freaking out, and moved on. So this one was just called SFX, and it started off real creepy with the song choice as everything loaded in. When I walked in, it was made clear that this was some kind of actual sponsored map, probably from sometime in the 90s or 2000s.
Welcome to Special Effects at the Museum of Science, sponsored by Media One.
Having a look around, this was some kind of weird museum or showcase of different facets of special effects in movies and TV, with different signs around the place being interactable, taking you to different web pages. Of course, most of these were shut down or stupidly outdated, but some were actually still around, like the IMAX sign. This one had a real ominous atmosphere for some reason, specifically due to the odd sound design, which I find weird given that this is a map literally dedicated to SFX, which includes sound design. Next up was a map just called Rick's. I thought it would be something funny, but it was just a recreation of the bar from Casablanca of the same name. I did manage to find Rick inside though. Hey boy, what have you done for me lately, huh? Looking around a bit more, there was some half-clipped stills from the movie, and that was about it. This next one was called Morgane. I spawned in as a man in Egypt. I walked by Edward Norton and his family, proceeding to full-speed sprint into the Great Pyramid of Giza. I was met with the pyramid's words of wisdom, telling me that death is not the end, as well as the iconic Giza JPEG images of Egyptian artifacts. I got lost a little bit in the pyramid's innards, but Big Cool Tony never loses his cool, and I eventually made my way down a ladder, which either didn't work or was just unfinished because the map ended there. This next one was called Moon, and I ended up spawning in below ground. I looked up in horror, watching my fellow lunar landers float around, lifelessly. It reminded me of the game Among. This next map was called Kool-Aid, which I reasonably thought meant that I would be interacting with the Kool-Aid Man or something along those lines. I instead spawned in as a jester in front of a big medieval manor. This was simply a build map, so that's all there really was to it. No Kool-Aid Man to be found.
Accessing data.
Within the Kool-Aid map was a portal, which took me to the Active World Center, which functions as a sort of information hub for new players. There was a bunch of rooms to choose from, but I chose the Active World's Tunes room. Within, I found links to a bunch of Active Worlds associated with or created radio stations. I don't actually know, I'm just assuming. To my surprise, a few of these actually still worked. Some linked to band pages, and most were just dead links. The next one was just a server called Bongos. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. I had a little look around the scuba-themed map to maybe find some sunken treasure, but I was only met with disappointment.
Accessing data.
Welcome to Jesus is God TV.
Accessing data.
This next one was called Dreamland. It seemed to be more of an art map than an actual playable map. It was some sort of castle or something, engulfed in a thick fog, and based on the name, I'm assuming it was based on a dream the creator had. It did look really nice compared to pretty much everything else I saw on here, but once I entered into the hangar bay, I didn't really know what else to do, and moved on. This new Cyberpunk DLC is real weird. This next one up was called Expo. This one was real interesting, as it was some sort of online showroom for real products. It's dead now, but I'm assuming at one point it likely had a bunch of real ads up. The map is populated with fake players and business people, and after having a look around, I actually did manage to somehow find an ad that still worked, or it at least kinda worked. The page did open, but it was dead. This one felt like some sort of marketing purgatory, and it was genuinely weird to explore such a dead space that in real life is normally filled to the brim with people. This next one was just called Movies, so naturally I headed right into the theater, which was apparently playing greater than sign : open bracket. Heading inside, they were playing some sort of techno rave music. Personally, I wasn't a big fan of it, and so this is another really weird one because I'm pretty confident that this is a real, actual, sponsored by a medical technology company map, with the company being Siemens Medical Systems. It seems like the computers around the room were supposed to play demos of medtech or something, but they no longer function properly. Is it just me, or is this like a really weird place to be advertising your medical technology? Either way, I quickly found the exit and departed. After finding the exit, I was sent into another scuba level, but this one was different from Bongos. I swam up to the underwater ruins, and this one actually had some pictures inside. There was a couple of neat paintings, an image of what seemed like someone's mother, a big fella by a classic car, and what seems to be someone's parents. In editing, I noticed one sign was different from the others, reading, "I miss you, Skyleadfoot," meaning that this may be some kind of memorial or tribute map. So we'll leave it be. Next up was a map called Singles. I immediately busted a bit of a groove to this otherworldly MIDI. But then I got caught on this big cat and could no longer move. This next one was called Nadareni, and I actually don't even know how to describe it. Either it was just like this, or things were severely bugging out on my end, so I ended up leaving pretty quickly. This next one was called Mystical, and I knew I was in for a treat. I arose within Albert's forest, and was immediately met with a gleeful beast. I did not intend to intrude on its whimsical playtime, and left it undisturbed. Venturing forth, I encountered a dragon, which I attempted to mount. The mounting itself was successful, however, it seemed to be glitched, as I couldn't steer the creature. I came upon a fork in the road, and decided to make my way due west towards Walanor. Passing by Stonehenge and crossing the bridge of decrepit spider souls, I proceeded into the haunted estate. Time, however, was running thin, and my adventure was put on hold as I explored other realms.
I love underline slobber.
Next one was called Waxtopia. This one didn't really have much besides this yep sign and some dancing feral rabbits in the back. With barely any time left on the clock, I hopped into a server called PES. I spawned into this one as a stickman, with what I assumed to be my house in front of me. I headed inside and was met with my iconic framed picture of Clint Eastwood on the wall, as well as my floor mug root beer. Afterwards, I headed down to the skate park and found some cool posters. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Monday. Plan to take over the world. Oh. And eat. Very funny posters. I headed inside, but there wasn't actually any skating to be done, sadly, and with seconds left on the timer, I looked to the sky.
Good morning, USA!
Active Worlds was probably the most surreal game out of any in this video that I played. Each server had something new, and some were more unhinged than others. If you want to download the game yourself, you can go ahead and play some of these servers, as I doubt they'll be shutting down anytime soon, seeing as they've lasted this long already. I'd even recommend doing so, because it's insane, it's awesome, it's crazy, it's buck nutty. Gary's Mod, more well known as simply Gmod, is a 2004 mod for Half-Life 2 which became its own game in 2006, even being published by Valve. The game itself is essentially a pure sandbox using Valve's Source engine, allowing the player to bring in assets from other games such as Half-Life 2 or Counter-Strike Source, or use the workshop to bring in custom assets. This workshop functionality has done wonders for Gmod, as it's pretty much the sole reason for the game still being alive after all these years. One of the other main reasons for its continued success would be the custom game modes. You see, Gmod isn't just a sandbox game, as numerous other modes have been created over the years, with some of the most popular being Dark RP, Prop Hunt, and Trouble in Terrorist Town. Now you might be wondering why Gmod's one of the first games we'll be looking at, as the numbers show that while it peaked in players years ago, the game is far from dead, averaging around 40,000 players at the time of recording. Well, I brought up the game modes for a very specific reason, that being that there's numerous game modes that have been completely abandoned for years, with servers still being kept up. We'll be taking a look at these, as well as some empty servers on more popular game modes, to see if we can find anything interesting, and just to generally look back on the forgotten modes. As a very quick editor's note, please excuse the Gmod footage being a bit choppy. I've been trying to fix it for the past few hours, but I think it's just busted. Just pretend here that it's an authentic 2011 laptop running at 15 FPS experience. I decided to begin this one off by hopping into an empty server for Gmod's currently most popular game mode, Dark RP. Now I don't know if I picked the wrong server, or if it's something with my internet, but I'm not kidding when I say it took 10 minutes to connect to this one, so I didn't count this 10 minutes on the timer. I started off in the street needing a name, so I went with Stan Smith from American Dad. Now if you don't know what Dark RP is, it's basically a mode where you can live out a day-to-day life in Gmod, albeit one filled with crime and mischievous deeds. You can pick from a few classes to play as, such as dealers, cops, medics, chefs, and more. The level of darkness varies server by server, with some having more crime elements than others. People in this mode tend to take it pretty seriously, but that won't be a problem for us since there won't be anyone to take it seriously. Now I could take the easy road here and just describe literally everything in this part as liminal spaces, since Gmod has gained a bit of a reputation for that over the past few years, but I won't do that because everyone's sick of it or has already heard it. Now usually in Dark RP, most of these buildings for rent would have little interiors set up by players, which could serve as shops or just houses. All these buildings being empty gave off a bit of an odd vibe. It didn't feel quite weird or creepy, but unsurprisingly it just felt empty. After wandering around for a while, I eventually ran back to spawn and found what I assumed to be a grave made for a real, actual person, which just threw off the whole mood, and I left shortly after. After Dark RP, I figured I should do one more popular game mode before I go into the weird stuff, so I took a look at Trouble in Terrorist Town servers. TTT, while still a popular mode, used to be a lot larger. It has the same setup as games like Among Us, where a few select players are tasked with taking out everyone else. The difference here is that TTT has the detective class, which has ways to test for traitors, and is guaranteed to not be a traitor themselves. Another key difference is that everyone has access to guns and can just kill each other at any point, regardless of your class. I chose the Minecraft map because it's probably the most iconic TTT map, but upon spawning in I realized I wouldn't be able to do much since TTT can't start without a few players, so I had to look around. And I exited the server.
And if you can believe it.
Since the big Triple T didn't work out, I decided it was time to hop into some smaller game modes, and I started off with Cinema. Now it's probably easy to guess, but Cinema is a mode where you can watch videos and movies on the big screen with your friends or other randoms on the server. Sadly, when I tried to play a video, it didn't work, so I moved on. But I guess for the sake of showing something, here's a recreation of what it probably looks like.
Don't eat at Joe's! Who knows where it's food's been? Don't eat at Subway! We know where that food's been! Don't eat at McDonald's! Swanky's fighting gunmen! There's only one place that I will fit right in! Kmart! Kmart! The food I like! The price I need!
Now here's one that truly fell from grace. Sled Build is a classic Gmod mode which has over 500,000 subscribers on the Steam Workshop. Want to know how many people were playing it? 2. I hopped in their server to see what was going on, and found out they were just messing around in the spawn, not even playing the mode. I'd have built a sled myself, but I was on the time limit, and left these two to their own devices. The Hidden is a dead game mode, completely dead, which is either based on the game of the same name, or the game was based on it. I don't actually know. The game mode puts an invisible hunter against a team of Special Forces soldiers, so sort of like Predator, but in Gmod. Sadly, like TTT, without any players, this one wasn't working. So enjoy these cool shots I got of the map. After a few of these custom game modes, I figured I'd try my hand at a sandbox server, Gmod's regular mode. In Sandbox, you're free to do as you please, messing around with props, NPCs, and more. The first server I attempted to join had one rule, which was a bit of a red flag of a rule, so I swapped over to another before loading in. Immediately upon arrival, I was met with 9 options. The Man. Among Us. Fish. Cow. Something. Bag of chips, monkey, blue man, and a rotisserie chicken. Of course I had to go with the bag of chips. Now this server was just a regular old GM construct. There wasn't too much interesting on the server, but of course I had to go through the iconic constructed darkroom. What the fuck? Another classic Gmod game mode, Prop Hunt, is exactly what the name implies. It has hunters search around for fake props that are controlled by other players who need to blend in with their surroundings. Now I'll be the first to say, Prop Hunt with no props is not very fun. At the very least, going around and breaking things activated my few remaining neurons, but I was pretty quickly done with this one. Judging by the comments on my last video, a ton of people are not fans of the backrooms. So our last game mode is Backrooms RP. Now I don't know what the deal with this one was, but it ran like shit. In the game mode, you just walk around a Backrooms maze map, occasionally being teleported to new mazes. You can also find backpacks with the iconic grenades from Fallout 3 on them, although I didn't find a single one with anything actually in it. I don't know why, but despite being the liminal space game, somehow the Backrooms do not translate at all into Gmod, at least in my experience here. With that said, sadly, as I was walking around the Backrooms, the timer had reached its conclusion, and we had to move on to our next game. Gmod overall was a nice little walk down memory lane. I racked up quite a number of hours when I was younger in these game modes, and seeing a few of them completely dead made me a little sad. It might be worth revisiting someday to look at more game modes, but for now, we'll be leaving it and moving on to what can only be described as Gmod's predecessor. Mere months after Valve released Half-Life 1 in November of 1998, a mod was created for it called Sven Co-op. In essence, this game is a lot like Gmod, but with some key differences. To start, Sven doesn't have a workshop, or any real form of game mode selection. As well as this, it's on the Gold Source engine, the engine that Half-Life 1 uses. You can download maps or join servers to play with friends, and that's about it. Now compared to Gmod, this one only has a handful of people playing, averaging around 500 people online. We're gonna hop into a few empty servers to see if we can strike any gold, or at least find something interesting. Sven started off incredibly strong as I hopped into a map named Active Bingus. Upon spawning in, I was instantly killed, and then killed again by 5 lightning-wielding recliners. After getting free, I walked around for a bit, killing a few of the Kleiners, but I actually had no idea what to do after this. I hit up the Bingus store, as well as the anti-Bingus store, and neither helped. I guess this map is a good place to show off that a lot of Sven co-op maps have enemies that have obnoxiously large health pools, as you can see here. Since I had no idea what to do, I migrated to a new map. So with this one, I decided to take a look through my maps folder, since Sven auto-downloads any map you've played before, and I found one called Mine of Men. I won't be playing through this one, because it's super long, but this is one of the most insane Sven maps of all time. Potentially the greatest Sven map of all time. I would highly, highly recommend this one.
We're through! We're through! Hit it! Hit it! Hit it!
Why isn't it blowing up?
So with this one, I got baited into joining it because it had Sugma in the title. I thought it would be tee-hee funny because of this, but it just ended up being a combat map. So, I moved on. So this one was called Toad Snatch, and it had one hell of an opening.
Your mission is to infiltrate the enemy stronghold and steal the Chum Toad Deluxe. Once the Chum Toad has been picked up, you must return it to the obelisk. While the heist is taking place, you must also protect the obelisk from being destroyed.
With a hook like that, there was no way I wasn't picking the extreme difficulty. I can't properly describe my disappointment when I loaded in, and this is all it was. After the Toad Snatch incident, I tried my hand at a couple combat-oriented maps. From the footage, it's clear these were absolutely not designed for solo play.
Negative, sir.
Sometime around 2 in the morning, I jumped into a map selection server. The maps all look kinda iffy, but one in particular caught my eye. Of course, this was the Fall Guys map, because how was I not gonna play that? Now, I'm not gonna lie, I may be one of the world's top Sven co-op Fall Guys players. I was absolutely destroying this game, and I lost track of time. It was around 2:30 in the morning when I realized what I was doing, and I got off. What I will say is that Sven co-op Fall Guys is unironically good, and everybody should play it. Next up, I hopped into a server that was simply titled, OMG, I was expecting greatness, but was met with a simple zombie shooter, and I quickly got off. To end off Sven, since I was running low on time, I decided to hop into a server which had one guy in it, GTA Online. This man was on a mission. He didn't stop for even a second to acknowledge me, and he soloed the entire map without me doing a damn thing. When we reached the end, I said my goodbyes to him and departed. Sven Co-op is a game where, depending on which maps you're on, you can end up having a decent time or an absolute blast. Some of the maps for this game are so unreasonable that I can't even describe them here properly, and they can only be experienced through play. To anyone watching this, I sincerely recommend giving Sven Co-op a try with a few friends. It's free on Steam and can run on pretty much anything nowadays. With Sven out of the way though, we're moving on to our next game. Team Fortress 2 is a class-based shooter from 2007, and if you've been online for more than 5 minutes, it's incredibly likely that you've seen something related to TF2. This game has spawned memes, incredible animations, and has a massive community created over the years. And in the grand scheme of things, it's one of the most important games ever created. TF2, like Gmod, is another one that's far from a dead game player-wise, and the real numbers actually show quite the contrary, with the game reaching near all-time high player counts just a few months ago. Also like Gmod though, is a plethora of long-forgotten community servers and game modes. Now while TF2 is a class-based shooter, and it's entirely possible to have only ever played it that way, the game's community has actually spawned dozens of different game modes, thousands of maps, and a shit ton of other community content. We'll be taking a look at some dead servers to see if there's anything of note, or if they should stay dead. I began TF2 with another baseline, 2-4. This is, without a doubt, TF2's most popular and well-known map. As a quick rundown, this map actually has roots dating all the way back to the Team Fortress mod for Quake, where it made its initial debut. Now I've got a lot of memories with this map, most of which kind of fade into one another, because this map doesn't exactly have a big variety of playstyles. What this map usually boils down to is a few engineers setting up shop in the intelligence room, with matches usually pushing at least 30 minutes, until someone decides to uber rush the sentry nest, or a spy makes a massive play. Without any players, this map is just, I guess it's just ominous, really. It's like walking into a forgotten but well-maintained Cold War bunker.
Is anyone even paying attention? We have secured the enemy's intelligence.
After 2-Fort, I was feeling the need to get right into the weird stuff, so I went for a map called the Turtle Cove. The map started off strong, spawning me in a giant empty room. Walking outside, it was clear that this was some kind of deathmatch map that was seemingly unfinished or just real bare bones. I walked around for a bit and then took a dip in the nearby water, which led to my death. The next map was one of TF2's most iconic custom maps, primarily for being showcased in the late Kitty 0706's Team Fabulous 2. This is one of the most famous TF2 videos ever created, currently sitting at around 30 million views. The map used in the video, like I said, was Mario Kart. This server wasn't playing on the exact same version, but it's close enough. Walking outside, the map is filled to the brim with references, Easter eggs, and I assume in-jokes. These are mostly incredibly outdated, and it's fun to see all these stupidly old memes showcased in such a timeless way. The center building had a few podiums which I could shoot, which played music that I don't think I can play here, because they were just actual techno songs. In the underground of the central building, I saw some lava jump puzzles outside, but noticed that I had to use the spawn to get there. Going back through a teleporter, I attempted the jumps a few times, eventually making it, and realizing that there was no reward or secrets, and that this was actually here for it was here for no reason. I don't know why this was here. Next up, I moved to a dodgeball map. Dodgeball is a mode in TF2 which uses Pyro's air blast, which reflects rockets, and turns it into a matchup to see who can win in an air blast off. The match starts with a homing rocket, which progressively gets faster as the match goes on. Since I had close to 300 ping, I literally could not beat the bot no matter how well timed my air blasts were. And trust me, I tried. Next up, I was hopping into a classic Achievement Idol Trade 24/7 server. These are some of TF2's most common maps, as the game has item drops that happen over time. Idling allows you to just leave the game on as you collect these drops. The thing I wasn't expecting though is that this specific Achievement Idol server was vastly different from any other I'd ever been on. This was no Achievement Idol server, it was a memorial for a server long disbanded. I spawned in and came across their logo, which we'll just ignore because it seems just like a 2016 map thing. Going downstairs led me to a little photo room where the owners compiled a bunch of screenshots from over the years on the server. These featured a lot of the same names and faces, so I assume this is an old friend group that disbanded at some point. They even had a custom group portrait made, which they have on display in the main room. A bit further in, I found a QR code, which had a link to a video thanking all the active players and saying farewell. Within the same room was a literal grave for the server. I'll be honest with this one, I've never seen anything like this. It's a bit weird, but it seems to be a genuine memorial, and some comments on the videos from the QR code are reminiscing about the time on the server. I can only hope that this wasn't shut down because someone actually died or something, and I couldn't find anything indicating that was the case, so that's something at least. This is probably one of the strangest maps I played out of any on here, but there wasn't much more to it than this. It was just a nice little memorial to something a small group of people held dear to their hearts. After the trip that was the last map, I needed something basic, so I hopped onto a Pokemon-themed trade server. Now I'll be honest and say I don't care about Pokemon at all, so I can't tell you what game this is from, but it seems like a fun recreation. There actually was a guy in this one, just standing there, and after slapping him with my big mackerel for a bit, he woke up and noticed me. I followed him around for a bit, but sadly he left. Besides the random guy, this one was straight up just a recreation in 3D of a classic Pokemon map, and that's all there really was to it. After the Pokemon map, I hopped into one called Cat Run. Wasn't much to this map. There were some cats, and I ran and I died. That was it. That's all this one was. Moving on to a more normal trade map, since the last two were anything but, trade plazas are, or were, some of the most popular maps for trading TF2 items, as the name implies. These were usually pretty basic maps with some fun features, where you could do a little deathmatch while advertising things you were selling, or just sit around and talk to people in. This one in particular had a long-forgotten boxing ring, an auction room, and displays of all kinds of TF2 hats and rare items. Without anyone to interact with though, that's all there really was to this one. This next map was just named a bunch of swear words in a row, so I knew I was in for a treat. Once I loaded in, it was exactly what I expected, a clearly unfinished, thrown together map that was simply no good. I tried walking around for a bit to see if there was anything finished on the map, but it became clear that there wasn't, so I moved on. Next up, I hopped onto an orange server. These are usually very simple maps, using simple textures or no textures at all, which is meant to increase performance. I spent a lot of time on these when I was younger, and had a terrible computer, because they were all I could run. For some reason, this one had a medic bot just chilling in spawn, so I killed him and moved on, since these maps are so simple. Time was beginning to run short, so I decided to end things off with another classic map type, Trade Minecraft. Just from the spawn room, I think you can pretty easily tell what this map is going to be, so we'll skip the basics. I took an immediate detour and found the boxing ring, but this one obviously being Minecraft themed. Heading back to spawn, I went through a dark tunnel and wound up in their donor room. Judging by the plaques, some of these guys gave the server hundreds of dollars just to keep it up. It's a really weird thing seeing all these supporters who put hundreds of dollars of real life money into this, contrasted with the server itself being completely dead. I really wonder if some of these people even remember that this server exists. How many still even play TF2? How many are even still with us? Things were getting a bit too existential in the donor room, so I went back to smash some rocks with my big mackerel. I went through another portal and messed up whatever puzzle this was to get to the top, so I was back at the spawn with mere seconds left on the clock. Just as the timer was about to strike 0, I found some TNT to end things off with a bang. Team Fortress 2 is an incredible game. It's my most played game on Steam by far, but it's honestly pretty crazy that it's managed to last this long. During the creation of this video, Valve actually announced that a new major update was coming in the future, breaking a around 6-year streak of pretty much nothing but Halloween and Christmas updates. I really hope this update breathes some new life into the game, because the TF2 community definitely needs it, as they've been living off holiday updates for the last few years. With that said, this one is probably the farthest from being a dead game on the entire thing, and the announcement of a new update solidifies that. Doesn't mean there isn't plenty of dead servers though, and I don't think those are going anywhere anytime soon. Counter-Strike Source is the forgotten middle child of the Counter-Strike series. I'd call it the black sheep, but that clearly goes to Condition Zero. This game was made to coincide with the release of Half-Life 2, and used the Source engine to remake Counter-Strike 1.6, adding things like physics to the game, which ended up hurting it more than it helped. The game lacked the crisp, precise gameplay of 1.6, which led most Counter-Strike players to not bother migrating over. This isn't to say that the game is bad, as at the end of the day it's still Counter-Strike, but it really is the weakest of the three main games, by far. Like most other Source games, CSS has a custom server browser. We're going to hop into a few community servers, starting with one running CS Assault as a baseline. Assault is one of Counter-Strike's oldest and most iconic maps, even though it's terrible competitively. The map is a warehouse with multiple points of entry, including a front garage, 2 back doors, and a ventilation shaft. CS Source's Assault, aside from the western setting, genuinely feels like it could be a level that was ripped right out of Half-Life 2. This is no coincidence because, same engine and everything, but this really does feel like a little Combine base, especially when playing solo. Now, despite being such a bad map, Assault is a really fun map, and that still counts for a lot. This map is one of a handful that made it over to CSGO, and it remained pretty much untouched for a reason. The design is flawed, but it's so fun and casual that most people don't even care. With that said, there wasn't much for me to do in this map, besides rescue the hostages, so I moved on. Alright, I won't lie with this one. I got baited very hard by the server, which was named D's Nuts Fun. From this, I assumed we'd be getting some kind of comedy map, but spawning in I realized it was just some weird test map. There were odd pools of blood just sort of placed around at random, some kind of ice bridge, and most of the ladders didn't function. I got up top, hit a quick surf, and left shortly after. I had to give an AIM map a try, as these were, and still are, a big portion of Counter-Strike community servers. This LEGO one is a classic, with the map apparently being made for ESL, who are still around and, in case you didn't know, are a billion-dollar company running a ton of esports events even today. After a bit of looking around, I was promptly kicked by the server for having a ping 4 above their maximum. After the AIM map, I decided to go back to another all-time classic. Dust 2 is a big contender for the most iconic multiplayer map in any game. It's genuinely such an influence, not on Counter-Strike, but in shooters in general, that I couldn't possibly do it justice here. The map has a timeless design and has remained essentially untouched for over 20 years. The Source version, however, is probably the weakest out of the main 3 versions, as it introduced physics objects around the map. Now in casual, these just serve as a nice extra thing, but in competitive, you could use these massive barrels to just cover up bomb plants. And in such a fast-paced game as CS, this single thing ruined the map for a lot of people. Still though, it's Dust 2, so it's far from unplayable, and it's still one of the best CS Source maps the game has to offer. Now unlike Assault and Dust 2, Piranesi is a map which never made its way over to CSGO. For a lot of people, I'd assume this is your first time ever hearing about this map. It's similar to Cobblestone, being a map based around an old castle turned into a museum. And also similar to Cobblestone, the layout is unlike anything else in CS. The A bomb site is a wide open space with differing elevations, including a spot on top of the wall here which just seems a bit unreasonable to me. The wall had these weird little holes on top that seem like they're big enough to fall through, but you just can't. So I guess they're just for grenades despite being so huge. The B bomb site is similar, having little cover and differing elevation levels. The map has some pretty clear flaws, but seems like it would be a lot of fun to play in casual modes with maybe 5 to 10 people on each team. Check in the workshop. CSGO has had its fair share of ports and remakes of the map, so go ahead and play those if you plan on checking it out. With Piranesi out of the way, I had my fair share of classic maps, and from this point on I'm only going to play weird maps. The first one I started out with was a map called Rats. The map is pretty cool in concept, being what I assume to be a remake of someone's room in real life, with players being rat-sized, going through vents, bookshelves, and walls. The map is pretty goddamn ugly by today's standards, but at the least you can tell exactly what everything is supposed to be. I found this classic meme while walking around, and right outside was a picture of a man. I don't know who this man is, probably the creator or something, but it's a mystery. After knocking down some books, I went across the way to the bed, where there was a picture of the back of some guy's head, and then another guy on top of that. Again, I have no clue who these people are, so if there's any CS Source lore experts in the the comments, let me know. After this, I walked around for a little bit more, knocked over some more books, and moved on. Of course, are you really doing a video on Counter-Strike community servers without talking about surf servers? If you've somehow ever seen these, they're maps using the source engine's physics to essentially surf along angled walls. To go a bit deeper, there's an odd bug or feature in the source engine where holding the strafe key against walls at certain angles will essentially let you float and glide alongside them without slipping down. People took this bug and ran with it, making maps to test out your skills with the tech. This one had a pretty basic side path that gets the point across, and after I'd done it a few times, I moved on to the real portion. At some point in the middle of all this, some random guy joined the server, so I chased him down and murdered him. And then left because I'm not good at surfing and it was embarrassing. This next one was a map called Buzzkill, which took about 3 full minutes to load. I was expecting something big from this one, and was met with a pretty bland, snow-covered aim map. I looked around for a bit before moving on after not finding anything noteworthy. Pool Party was the next map I found, which seems like a fun little deathmatch map to play with some friends. It's pretty simple, being a pool surrounded by a simple tile building, and I gotta say, the water in this pool looks really weird. Is that just me? Anyways, I jumped in, almost drowned, and left. The next map up was a gun game map themed around The Simpsons. Now I'll be honest, it's not very Simpsons-y aside from the skybox, but I digress. I won't lie, I got a little carried away in this one, as it had bots and I ended up playing a full match of gun game. It was tough, it was a battle, but in the end, I emerged victorious. The next map up was one called Cemetery.
Okay, let's go.
This is another one that just seems like a fun little deathmatch map, but I am a fan of the aesthetics on this one, despite the lag. Within the little gazebo on this map was this little fella flopped over on his back. Now this particular ragdoll has had a bit of controversy over the last few months. If you know, you know. Next up was Vincent's map. This one was bad, like really, really bad, but it had charm. You play around in a brick house, which for some reason lets you flick the lights in different rooms. There's also some props set up in a few rooms around the house, including this iconic triple sink room, where none are actually connected to the wall. It's a clearly unfinished, probably close to 20-year-old map made by, I assume, a man named Vincent. It was fun to have a little look around in, but time was running thin and I had to move on. CS Mansion was one of the first maps for Counter-Strike ever, not just for Source, but for the entire series. It's a flawed, no good, rotten map, but a lot of people have a ton of nostalgia for it. We're not looking at Mansion, but instead Mansion V2. This one started with bots, and the server was so laggy that it was pretty much impossible to aim, so I wasn't able to get a good look around. And on top of this, I had mere minutes left on the timer, so I threw a Hail Mary and joined a random server called Test Speakers. This is it. This is all it was. Despite being the worst of the 3 main games, CS Source is not a bad game. It just has many, many flaws. On the custom server side, while nowadays a lot are lost to time, there's still plenty of servers running weird, cool, and unique custom maps. With that said, so do 1.6 and CSGO, so this isn't something unique to Source. If you're going to play a Counter-Strike game, just play CSGO. If you're looking for weird servers to play at 3 AM though, play this. Radical Heights was a battle royale game which released during the PUBG Fortnite craze of 2018. It released in stupidly early access, with most buildings being unfinished, untextured, and overall the game was completely broken, but it had charm. It was developed by the now defunct Boss Key Productions, famous for their other iconic game Lawbreakers. Boss Key itself was founded by Cliff Bleszinski, also known as Cliffy B, also known as Dude Huge. As a fun fact, Cliff is an OG Epic Games employee, and was one of the key figures makers behind the first 3 Gears of War games. Now the thing with Radical Heights is that it's genuinely unplayable, as the servers were shut down years ago. Logging in will simply result in a pop-up telling you that the game's servers are unreachable. However, there is a solution, although it's a bit of a stretch. You see, while Radical Heights was heavily criticized for being unfinished, the game did have a small but dedicated audience. Now over the last few years, one of these fans, named Liam Kurt, took it upon himself to just remake the whole fucking game. This was one hell of an effort, but there was at least the upside that a lot of the game's assets were purchasable on the Unreal Store. I've gone ahead and downloaded the most current version of the remake, and while it's still nowhere near completion, it does give a pretty good idea of how the game played. Matches start out with a parachuteless skydive, playing some absolute jock jams as you fall. I sadly can't play the song because of copyright, but I highly recommend finding a video of a Radical Heights skydive. Upon landing, we find an unfinished looking bit of town. You might think that this is the remake being unfinished, but no, this is actually what the game launched like. I made my way out into the street to have a look around, and coincidentally, a care package fell from the sky. I went over to it, grabbed an AUG, which was stupidly overpowered in the regular game, and moved on to a mystery door. I forgot to mention earlier that the game is themed around 80s game shows, with the whole thing itself being an in-universe game show. This is probably the game's biggest draw, as it added a lot of charm to an otherwise pretty bland game. As I continued on, I found myself a bike, and I somehow broke the game and ended up in an unstoppable dancing loop. No matter what I did, I couldn't stop hitting the Fortnite Get Gritty emote, so I walked into the static and ascended. From the remake footage, this game might look like an unfinished piece of crap, and it kind of was, but for some reason, it was still a lot of fun. The developers had big plans and high hopes for the game, and were actually actively working on new updates when they got the news that Boss Key was shutting down. The company was liquidated, and 65 employees had to find new work. The remake itself, despite a few legal issues, is continuing development, albeit at a slow pace. I can't really blame them, however, as it's such a niche, weird little project, and I wouldn't fault them if it was never finished. If you want to try the demo yourself, you can join the Radical Heights Remake Discord server, but as a heads up, what I showed here is pretty much the whole game as of now, so you'll be waiting a while if you want anything more substantial than this. So I went into Rumbleverse with literally no idea what this game was. As I was making this video, I saw an article saying that the game was shutting down, and went and downloaded it without even looking at the screenshots. Based on the name, I was expecting some kind of Smash Bros clone, so color me surprised when I hopped into a match and it was a Battle Royale game. Of course, I couldn't hop in without making a custom character first. I went through my options and made what I think is a pretty goddamn decent Arkham Joker, even equipping his iconic Gritty. I wanted to test out the game, so I hopped in a free play match, as I assumed it would be like the Smash Bros training mode. Now, I'm not kidding around when I say I genuinely had no idea this was an open world Battle Royale game. I was completely dumbfounded at how this game wasn't more popular, because from the short time I played around with it, it seems pretty cool. Like, now granted, all I really did was walk around hitting the Joker Gritty in a few different spots, but this still seemed like a solid game. Like, where's the players? I did end up developing an arch rival, and after hitting the Gritty one too many times in front of him, he took me out. This one seems like a fine game, but it'd be a bit pointless to tell you to go try it. Though if you want to, you've got till the end of this month. After that, this game is gone for good. It's never coming back. I've talked about this one previously on the channel, and it fits perfectly with the video theme, so naturally we're going to play it. Worlds Chat Japan is, as you can probably guess, the Japanese version of Worlds Chat. Now, Worlds Chat itself is an online meetup space from 1995, which in today's terms can be described as a metaverse. You could choose avatars and just kind of hang out on board a space colony with other players. The Japanese version of the game came to fruition when a printing company and a steel company partnered up to buy the rights to Worlds Chat's source code. Just 2 months after the transaction, in May of 1996, Worlds Chat Japan opened to the public, with unique features such as new rooms, avatars, and even voice chat. I had to start this one off with an installation screen that had me feeling like I was in a scene from a 90s movie where a hacker is trying to get into the mainframe. The text was pretty much all in Japanese, which didn't even render, so it was just a bunch of question marks, but I managed to get through it fine enough. I really hope I didn't install some crazy shit on my computer. After this was the avatar selection. Now, before we start, let it be known that this game's mouse controls are awful. Like, absolutely awful. You move forward and back by moving your mouse up and down, and look side to side by also moving your mouse left and right. Except both movements also have a ton of mouse acceleration. It's not game breaking, it's really annoying. Anyways, after having a look at some of these goofy avatars, I went with the Dracula looking dude because I misclicked on him and I didn't know how to go back, so we're stuck with him. I set my username as Gabagool22. I do not remember what the password was, and I was off. Spawning in the lobby, where you normally would meet and greet with other players, I was met with only long forgotten and obsolete advertisements. I had a little look around and I decided I might as well jump right into things by checking out one of the sub areas. Starting with the green room, this one was apparently the ideas room. I went inside and found a sign pointing me to a few different doors, being iterative design, surface tension, memetics, complexity, and nihilism. I went into the meme room and it was empty, followed by the Rick and Morty nihilism room, which was just a door leading directly to the vacuum of space. After this, I tried the complexity room, which ended up just being a room with slightly more texture than the meme room. I didn't bother with the other two because this one felt unfinished. Next up was the blue room, or the sadness room. I decided to try the Japan-exclusive virtual Stardust out before going into the sad room. Upon entry, I am immediately blasted with advertising for what I assumed to be a real company. There were also some audio tests along the wall, but I sadly couldn't get these to work. I went in to see the show, and I gotta say, I was a big fan of the performance. Truly one for the ages. After this, it was off to the sadness room, with the doors here leading to bitterness, tears, the pox, fear, and loathing. I tried fear, and was met with another empty room, although I guess it was a bit scarier than the others, and assuming this was just another room full of empty rooms, I decided to save some time and just left. Up next was the teal geometry room. This one was intense, as I was expecting another sign room, but ended up in an endless green field occasionally filled with
Dragon Age
advertisements. I walked over to one, telling me to get the move, get the groove.
Is leaving the studio. Yeah, here we go. This is the big thing that happened. Corinne Bush, I don't know how to say her name. I think that's the right way. Game director of Dragon Age Veilguard has left BioWare and EA. BioWare Edmonton, the Veilguard studio, to be shuttered. And so shuttered, what is that definition? What does shuttered mean? Closed. What does it mean to be shuttered? Closed for business, not operating. Well, the game said it was non-binary, and I guess the players did too. I guess not. There it is. I wonder why. Yep. That's just too bad. We call that Reposo, yeah. Oh, fuck. The farewell email was shared with me, and I verified her leaving of Smash GT. The rumor goes that it's not entirely confirmed yet, so we'll have to wait and see. It's sad that after completely destroying the game with DEI transcars and terrible characters and writings, that the game director responsible for it bails and leaves everyone else holding the bag. These people often fail upwards through a woke studio system built on promoting activists instead of great developers. Sad. This is our first collab. Check out JT's video in the video reply for it. Wow, Veilguard is dead. It's a confirmed flop.
Alright, hang on to your seats for this one, because holy crap, do I have a megaton nuke to drop in this video. I've been contacted by my source directly related to BioWare, letting me know that Corinne Bush, the director of Dragon Age the Veilguard, is officially out at BioWare. He sent an email out to the company letting everyone know that he no longer wants to be working at BioWare because, after a lot of personal thought and thinking that it's just not the right place for him anymore. What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash.
It's important to keep in mind that a lot of this stuff can be unsubstantiated, and I usually don't take it super seriously. Now, do I think this one is true? I do. But always stay skeptical, stay smart. I just figured I'd say that at the beginning.
And you would think that Corinne Bush leaving BioWare would be the wildest story, but what my insider told me after this email of them confirming that he's leaving is that BioWare Edmonton might be shutting down.
Of course.
Hit that subscribe, give me a like, and check out SmashJT.com for the full...
Of course they're going to shut it. Of course it's going to happen. Like, how could you not come to that conclusion? Duh. Yeah.
article breaking down how Corinne Bush, the director of Dragon Age the Veilguard, the person in charge of the game, has now left BioWare, which is kind of a gigantic loss on the surface, if this is someone that was valued and respected, but I look at the situation as the game was a massive failure, and he was pretty much pushed out the door.
I don't even think it was massive failure. I mean, if I look at Dragon Age right now, well, it's not even, it's like the fourth one down. If I look at it, okay, never mind. Just a sec.
Legendary RPG studio known as BioWare has been the cornerstone of the gaming industry for decades. But a long line of failures between Mass Effect Andromeda, Anthem, and now Dragon Age the Veilguard were troubling signs of a studio headed directly toward a catastrophic downfall. I've been passed along very credible information from an inside source that Corinne Bush, the game director of the failed Dragon Age the Veilguard, has officially left the company as of a few days ago, and that's just one wild piece of this crazy puzzle, and all of it is painting a very grim picture of the studio's future. And massive
yeah, I mean, like, I feel like this is a guarantee it was going to happen. It's not even a question. Of course this was going to happen. You can't release a game, invest probably over $100 million into it, and then not hit certain sales figures. The math just doesn't math. Like, it's literally that simple. But, I mean, it really...
Shout out to Grums, who let me know about this information initially. This was the email that I had to forward on to my contact to confirm it, and sure enough, they said, yep, that's legit, yes, that's real, and yes, he's gone. In an email that was leaked to me that was sent out to BioWare employees, Bush recently announced his resignation, citing his decision to pursue new challenges and projects focused on his passion for making RPGs. And sure, after massively failing on a game, you just want to up and leave a studio, like no one's pushing you out the door. I think we see exactly what's going on here, but whatever.
The majority of time where people leave studios or leave groups like that, following something not going well, it's usually a fall on your sword type situation where either it's like they're like saying, well, you know, you can leave or we can get rid of you, and so they just decide to leave. That way it just, you know, to minimize friction.
Take a look at this email. And the email that I got is kind of a scan copy of it, just to make sure we remove any kind of watermarks or anything like that. But because it's so hard to read, I want to make sure I wrote it all out here to go through it with you guys. And it states, hard to believe I'm writing these words, but here it goes. It's time for me to say goodbye. Today is my last day at BioWare and EA. After so much contemplation, I've decided to pursue a new challenge and a new project, doing what I love most, making RPGs.
Well, I thought that's what you did with Bio. I thought that's what Dragon Age was. I thought Dragon Age was supposed to be an RPG.
Wasn't an easy decision, as I mean it when I say I love BioWare, the Dragon Age team, and what we've all accomplished together. My time with all of you has been the highlight of my career, which I gotta stop there and say, if the time was so great,
why are you leaving?
The highlight of your career, why would you be leaving to pursue your own projects again?
Yeah, exactly.
I want to offer my personal thanks to each of you for your trust, your companionship, and for the many ways in which you've inspired me.
Thanks for trusting me. Now I'm going to get another job because I'm more connected inside to the industry, and I am going to leave you guys, and your ship is going to sink, and I'll see you later. I hope you had fun. I sure did. Yep, definitely.
And help me grow.
That's great.
I'll be eagerly waiting to see what great experiences you create next. And as a fan,
see you, boys.
I'll be rooting for you. If I can leave you with any advice, it is this. We all know making games is hard. It's part of why we do it. But making games is also about the people and the reliance we have on one another. So take the time to celebrate the wins and lift each other up.
I hate how people say, like, making video games is hard, as if competing in any other industry isn't hard. Like, being a garbage man is hard. Being a construction worker is hard. Working in a kitchen, I think, is hard. Jobs are hard. And if you're in a competitive job at a high level, it's going to be even harder. There's nothing special about making video games that makes it uniquely hard. That's just how it is.
Challenge and the work will always
That's
be
why we
there,
do it? No.
but the moments we have with each
Do
other
not fucking remember
are
me.
precious.
No,
and few.
stop.
Let's stay in touch, Kareen, and gives contact information. And this is a very bittersweet toned email where he's like, hey, I mean, I'm leaving on my own. This is the best experience ever, but yeah, just lift each other up because making games is hard, but we're celebrating the wins.
Which one?
Just can't seem to find any. Well, Kareen's message tries its darndest to sound optimistic, highlighting his love for BioWare and its teams. His jarring, sudden departure comes across as someone who failed completely, miserably at what they were doing, and ultimately, abruptly being ushered out the door. I mean, they were injecting trans scars, woke ideologies.
I think that there's also another component of this that might not be discussed in this video, is that they could have also left because what ended up happening is that after the reception of Dragon Age Veilguard came out, it was determined that this type of ideology was like a negative impact on the sales of the game, and because of its negative impact, it caused the higher-ups and the people that were at leadership at the studio to say, hey, because like they said they're going to make Mass Effect after this, they're like, yeah, we can't do this anymore. Like, you're not going to have any of this stuff in the game again because you basically killed this game, and everybody on the internet thinks that it's because of this stuff, and now it makes our studio look really bad. Because I guarantee you, like, the actual executive leadership at these companies doesn't really care about these issues one way or another, but if these issues are a road bump in the way of them making money, then they're just simply going to drive around them. That's it. They don't want to go over them. They don't want to deal with them for any reason. So there's a good chance that this person could have been pushed out because they wanted to put their like viewpoints into the next game, and it was just made abundantly clear that that will just simply not happen. That's another component. And I feel like if I was, and here's the thing, right? Like, if you're EA's, I think, a publicly traded company, right? And so that means BioWare is to some degree accountable to the people that own it. And if you were on that executive board, would you have told them that? I would have. I would have said, listen, we went with your idea. It didn't work. Now let's do another idea. Andrew Wilson doesn't give a fuck? Yeah, exactly.
Have been rejected by gamers wholeheartedly from Jump Street, so I can't really say I'm very surprised at this result, but still, it's wild to see the times really are changing. DEI is DIEing, and we're seeing it right now in real time. Corinne Bush announcing his departure is on top of Sylvia Fekete, the senior writer of 15 years at BioWare, announcing her departure amidst the disastrous launch of Dragon Age the Veilguard, which, as that very same inside source that I have at BioWare had informed me, sold under 1.5 million copies against expectations of over 10 million. And if you want...
Oh, wow. Number one, how could you possibly think you were going to sell 10 million copies? At a premium $70 price tag, you're going to sell 10 million copies? Didn't Black Myth Wukong only sell like 20 or 30 million? So, like, how did you possibly think that was going to work?
More information on her departure, I made a video discussing that one as well, and this was a massive loss for the studio. And we're seeing
last one did
these big time players leaving one after another, and then we get to the rumors of it's not just the bigwigs that are leaving, but the studio is now being rumored to be closed as soon as February 2025.
Well, if I was the owner of the company and I was on the board, I would say close the whole studio. That's what I would do, because it's like whenever you have an infection, you can't just take out every single infected piece of tissue and then leave the rest. You have to cut the entire arm off or the finger off or whatever. Like, I'd say, bro, like, get rid of this. There's something wrong with that group of people. Just fucking trash it. That's it. Yeah, get out, right? Exactly. Like, and that's the smart thing to do, in my opinion. Yeah, it's by design. Well, I don't know if it's by design or I have no idea.
As of recording this video is a month from now.
Amputate and cauterize,
yep. That was initially sent to me regarding Bush's departure. I contacted my insider to talk about it, and sure enough, it's true. But it's not the only problem happening over at BioWare these days. Not by a long shot. A follow-up email from my source within EA adds serious fuel to this ongoing fire. Correspondence from my inside source via their anonymous email stated, "Hey Jeff, Karine is indeed gone. The current rumor is that they will announce the closure of BioWare Edmonton sometime around February, just before the Electronic Arts Town Hall. Basically, when EA talks about what is going on for the last fiscal quarter and what's next."
That's smart. Yeah, I would have done that too, because like that way they can show to their investors that they're taking action whenever a product doesn't go well. That's a very good decision by them. I would have done the same thing. It's like a sacrifice.
I'm going to redact some things.
Looks good for shareholders. Yeah, exactly.
Who this is, and then finish it with her account was deactivated. Good riddance. Yep. Time for that DEI BS to end. According to the source, BioWare Edmonton, the studio's flagship location, is now rumored to be on the chopping block next by EA. The studio opened its 3-story office just 5 years ago, and it's already on the way out by the looks of it.
That sucks.
The closure is allegedly set to be announced in February 2025, just before Electronic Arts' quarterly town hall meeting, and the timing couldn't be worse, as EA is undoubtedly using this as an opportunity to discuss their fiscal performance, how Dragon Age the Veilguard failed so badly that they had to literally close a studio to make sure the shareholders are appeased. And
well, if I was a shareholder, I would be appeased. Because it shows that you're willing to make tough decisions in order to maximize consumer value, or shareholder value. Like, absolutely, I would be happy. That's what I would want them to do. How would it not be what you'd want them to do?
This news is coming amidst growing concerns about BioWare's stability. The company has struggled mightily to recapture any of its former glory, with recent projects falling short of expectations, and it goes to show once again that it's not the studio that makes great games, it's the people.
Yeah.
And just because you have a fantastic name at the front door doesn't mean jack squat if the people you hire in are DEI hires with no talent trying to inject their own ideologies in games that nobody wants to play. And no, there's not really a nice way to say that. That's why people get so mad at me. I'm like,
that's it. Let's address this. Why do so many game companies come to this problem? Because it's not game companies. It's entertainment products. Like, you see this same problem manifest in comics. You see it manifest, obviously, in politics, because that's where it comes from. You see it manifest in movies and TV shows, you know, to a lesser extent in music. And it's happening in games, too. And the reason why is that if you're a person who is hell-bent on putting a message out to the public, what would you do? Well, you would go to the places that specialize in putting out messages to the public, right? Wow. Mystery solved. That's it. And so, of course, right, because like this is the medium that they want to use, because this is the most effective way to change people's perspectives from their mind.
This is the reality, and this is the harsh, cold world we live in.
You're naive if you think it's happening organically. I mean, I don't know. Is this like a global conspiracy? I mean, I don't really think it's like, so you can be right and I can also be right. I can't, if you think it's a global conspiracy, there's nothing I can tell you that will make you think that it's not, right? I cannot tell you anything that will make you not believe that. But what I can say is that with the situation like this, there are people that are acting individually towards this end that do not have any connection to some sort of fucking Illuminati level conspiracy. They are just moving towards this goal because they think that's the right thing to do.
When it comes to the gaming world, if you're not giving people something they want to purchase, you will be out on the street. Too bad, so sad, sorry, not sorry. That's reality. Take it or leave it. But regardless, the world is going to pass these people by because they're so ideologically affected in their own mind on how the world's supposed to work as opposed to how it actually works. And I know this video is obviously focused on BioWare and how it's self-destructing currently, but this trend is not limited to BioWare. I saw Thomas Mahler, the developer behind Ori and the Will of the Wisp and No Rest for the Wicked.
Played that.
On Twitter, he's a developer that I highly respect and someone with a lot of wise words. And he said, Witcher 3 came out 10 years ago, and Witcher 4 isn't made by the same people that made Witcher 3.
Fucking
I think we have to be careful regarding optimism. People expect Bethesda to make the next Skyrim, but game development is all about the people behind the scenes. That team who made Skyrim what it is doesn't exist anymore. Brand means nothing. Talented teams are everything. And I think gamers in general, especially the generic average gamer that just picks up a game and recognizes the company from back in the day, doesn't think too much about this, but the gamers who are really enveloped in the industry see this for exactly what it is. It's why we don't get broken-hearted all the time.
Well, it's the same reason why people watch Christopher Nolan or Martin Scorsese movies, right? Or they watch movies with certain actors in them. It's not really about the plot of the movie. It's about how that plot's going to be told and how you trust them to do. It's really, I mean, it's the same thing.
No, the developers have left, and the sequels that we're looking forward to always seem to let us down. It's because it's the people that make the games, not the sign on the front of the door. On top of all this struggle, we now look at the long-awaited Mass Effect sequel remaining shrouded in uncertainty, while internal restructuring and growing emphasis on DEI initiatives have been rapidly destroying the once treasured studio. My source was expressing serious frustration over what they perceive as a shift away from the studio's core creative mission initially to what it's become today.
Well, that won't matter because they're going to shut it down.
Love in their heart for the studio they signed up for originally, to see what it's become now is tragic. For fans of BioWare, this is a deeply concerning development. For sure, getting rid of one of the dead weights and DEI
It's not concerning at all. It's a good thing. Anybody should be like, I remember when they got rid of that one loser who made like WoW like stories, like that Steve Denuser guy was a fucking retard. And I mean, he's not the only person who was, but he was the person in leadership and he left the company. They never even said anything about it. Guy was a fucking moron. And so anyway, he got kicked out, and I was like, thank God, right? Finally, there's like, because I feel like a lot of the concern and like criticism around like corporate like structure is that people who are in leadership positions make bad decisions, and then people who are not in those positions are held accountable for them. So like, for example, like some director or some executive makes a decision, and then it's a bad call, and then like the development team gets let go, for example, right? And so I think that having a director or somebody who's actually at the top of the leadership, having them get removed, that's a good thing. That's a great thing.
Is a great start. The news of the entire studio shutting down is something that will affect everyone, including the hardworking employees that were forced into brain rot decision making for the better part of the past decade or more. The potential closure of Edmonton, combined with leadership shakeups and unconfirmed project timelines, casts some massive doubt on the future of beloved franchises like whatever they end up doing with Dragon Age down the road, and more pertinent, Mass Effect. These once iconic series have defined BioWare's legacy, but without strong leadership and stable operations, ironically, they're going to define the downfall. Bush's email to his colleagues encouraged them to celebrate the wins and lift each other up, a message that seems bittersweet in hindsight, but his departure tries to play it off as a personal career move. When these people are worried about their job moving forward, this person is jumping off of the sinking ship that they destroyed themselves, and they're like, I'll miss you guys, love you so much, thanks for the memories.
It's like that mouthwashing game, bro. I can't remember thinking about that.
my own games by myself now while you guys all suffer.
Yeah.
It's kind of ironic in a way. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there.
So
if you guys want more information, check out smashjt.com for the full article. I will link it in the description below. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit that join button. Thank you so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
But for our new players, we're not assuming that you know anything.
I'll link you guys the video.
I'd say that also
this is really funny.
Characters. We've taken great care in how we introduce each and every single companion.
Yeah.
Major story figure within the game as they're introduced.
Well, here's the thing, is that it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you can have the best intentions in the world, and if the game doesn't resonate with an audience, then you are out on your fucking ass. That's all there is to it. So yeah, I think it's a great thing. I love to see people who make content that I don't like fail. I do, and you can say that's kind of a mean thing to say or whatever, but that's the way that I feel. Every time that I see somebody like this end up getting removed or excommunicated or anything like that, I think that it is fucking amazing. Thank God. Because now you've got one less person who's out there, and it's one more point on the graph that shows that there's a line that proves that this stuff is bad. And so, yeah, I think it's great. Yeah, that's a net positive for the gaming community. Absolutely, yeah. And I know these people that are like, oh, well, it's unfair, and you know, all that. It's like you shouldn't celebrate people that, you know, lose their jobs. I disagree. It's sad for, I'm sure, some of the people who just simply tried to work in their best. They put their best faith effort to work and tried to do a good job, and now they've lost their job. For sure, it's an issue. But at the same time, you know, with the leadership there, that's just the way it goes, man. And people lose their jobs all the time. There's nothing special about video game industry jobs that makes them some sort of like endangered species. People lose their jobs. If you make a product and then the product doesn't sell, you're out of your fucking job. That's life. Okay, that's the free market. People didn't want to pick it, and now you're gone. So there you go. American gaming, last hope is Rockstar. Yeah, we'll see what happens, right? And I think also new studios will pop up and do that. Retard YouTube, 80 trying to make about the woman being trans. I don't care about that. It's not relevant. It has nothing to do with it. It's the game and how the game portrays different issues and whether people like the game or not. Whether somebody's trans or not is like, this is like, yeah, you want to argue about that? Go to fucking, go on Twitter and fight about that. I could care less. That's not really the main point. And so, yeah, and call that Veilguard sold great. You're just a hater. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Don't bother making DLC for the game. Yeah, and again, I think that also this is another huge victory for like the people that hate games that are made like Veilguard was, and I think that it will make even more game studios afraid of making games like that, and I think that's a good thing. Hopefully it continues, and I'll do my best to make sure that it does. RuneScape had a bit of an oopsie yesterday, and they totally destroyed, you know, I think that, I wonder if Jagex at like their CEO headquarters, they have like a days since the last incident. I wonder if they should, somebody should maybe like get one of those for them. They should buy one of those for the office, because I feel like they need one of these. It's been nuts. CEO change, they need it. Well, now they need another one then.
It's been a little over 24 hours since I uploaded this video, which has been blowing up just like the majority of RuneScape related social media accounts and platforms on Discord, Twitter and Reddit. The issue I covered in that video is bigger than the Hero Pass drama, and it's bigger because it affects every single RuneScape player, no matter if you prefer old school or RuneScape 3. Having to pay more for less, which is what that video was about, is something no one wants. As a quick reminder, or in case you're watching this video and you haven't watched any of the other drama that people have been putting out, Jagex is toying the plan, which they definitely intend to execute at some point in some shape or form, to get you to pay more for basic account security, having access to both games on a single membership plan, the ability to play without ads that do not exist yet, and you having to pay more simply to retain your current AFK timer, otherwise it would be reduced.
Yeah, they had to roll all of this back. And all of this was happening, it was basically a survey because they were effectively limit testing. It's like Jagex did the same thing that I do in a video game, where you load into the video game and you immediately try to jump off the edge of something and see if you take fall damage. And it turns out they did take fall damage.
That time, which honestly isn't all too long ago, 3 significant developments have taken place. 1, the survey was taken offline. 2, Jagex's CEO Mod Pips replied with a personal letter. And 3, I've had a good night's sleep. No, this video isn't sponsored by a mattress company, but you wouldn't be able to afford it if Jagex continues to increase membership prices like they're planning to do now. Let's go through this reply, shall we? The conjoint membership survey has caused the community frustration, anger, and concern. We made major mistakes with this and are truly sorry. We've heard your feedback loud and clear.
I bet they have.
I wonder where I've heard that word before. I have a feeling Jagex uses this when
I think that they probably just used it from the last time that they had to post this. It's like they have a boilerplate apology template. And so, like, they just have, like, we're so sorry for the, and then there's blank, you know, end of stress that this has caused. We've heard your feedback loud and clear. Going forward, we will not. And then there's the underline, okay, do this again, you know, or whatever. It's like basically, yeah, I mean, I feel like they should have a template for it at this point.
Whenever there's drama, and it's their way of saying, yes, we've heard you, but there's a big difference or big discrepancy between hearing something and being an actual good listener. And Jagex, the company, isn't a good listener, but they are really good into tricking you to believe they are by writing messages like these. They use these exact same words around the Runelight shutdown, and they also use them around Hero Pass. The way we approached this survey was clumsy and inconsiderate, to say the least. We failed to think this through from your perspective as players. We caught up in research mode and rushing a project with a research partner. First of all, putting the blame on another company or partner is a pretty weak excuse. Blaming another company...
It's a weak excuse, but I think it's reasonable. I think that, like, from what my understanding is and things like this, it doesn't seem to be completely impossible that this outcome occurred. But it is definitely annoying to see something like this, definitely.
Which you partnered up with for your own mistake is as weak as a kid named Timmy pointing at Max.
You're being too gracious? No, I'm not. I think that I'm one of the only people, like, this is the problem with a lot of dramas, is that when dramas like this happen, everybody thinks that they know exactly what happened because they've already drawn a conclusion based off of impartial evidence. I try to be as fair as I can and look at, like, what the probability of different outcomes occurring would be. And sometimes I make mistakes, obviously, but it's a goal that I try to make, and I always try to see things from the other person's perspective. But people always want to get their pitchforks out, and so anytime that I say, okay, wait a minute, maybe this isn't exactly what's happening, then suddenly people sometimes get frustrated.
He peed on the wall when everyone knows Timmy's the one with wet shoes. It's not only unconvincing, but it also makes Timmy look even guiltier. Second of all, this survey was far from clumsy and inconsiderate. It was carefully crafted and very well put together, if I'm being honest. I actually did the survey after receiving it on some kind of random account that never logs in.
Yeah.
And it was really well put together. We're talking full production for each feature mentioned, individual videos, and an introduction video 2 minutes long. Ignoring the contents of the survey, it was generally very well put together. What was intended as a rigorous methodology for exploring an unfiltered range of ideas you saw as alarming possibilities that appeared to threaten the integrity of the game you love. Duh. It can take ideas for consideration that in the cold light of day just shouldn't have been in there. Again, you wouldn't be serving something you aren't considering. That's ridiculous. There's no way $1 billion...
Well, it's not that they aren't considering it, they're limit testing it. So, like, if enough people say yes, then they'll probably do it and implement it in a small way to acclimate people to the changes. And so, like, a really good example of this is the way that microtransactions in games have evolved. Like, so if you look at it in 5-year increments ever since 2005, if you implemented a microtransaction system of today, 5 years ago, people would immediately probably reject it. And if you implemented a microtransaction system from 5 years ago, 10 years ago, people would reject it. So this is what I was saying before about like the boiling of the frog, where it's something that happens over time. And so they're trying to acclimate people to these new types of monetization structures in order to get them to accept them over time. It's the same reason why, like, for example, Netflix would have probably not caught on as much in like 2005 whenever it started, or like, let's say their streaming service, which was 2010, I think it was a little bit before then, but like, let's say 2010, if they had ads on it at that time. Right? There's a lot more people that would have not been okay with that. But now that enough time has passed and people have acclimated too much to the system, now they're willing to stick with it out of just basically tradition, and they're willing to like deal with some degree of degradation.
Company surveys a question that they have no intention of using the data results of. That's a load of horseshit.
Yeah,
we should have paused to consider this properly and avoided the unnecessary worry and anger this has caused. This was an exploration survey intended to test a broad range of features and options around subscriptions. You mean base features? Yeah,
they're exploring the amount of bullshit that people will put up with. That's exactly right.
And community worlds and ads, including those from other games, to measure how they ranked and compared. The randomness of the survey system presents features, combinations, and prices that, understandably, alarmed many of you. This is pointing out the obvious because we just had a price increase of 24 to 30%, and Jagex is showing you options that, in the cheapest package, are 28% more expensive. Let's continue reading. It was a major misjudgment to include features that suggested we would consider, you definitely were considering, degrading the game experience or impacting gameplay. Even the mere suggestion of ideas like in-game ads, shorter AFK timers, or making improved player support an additional cost undermined your trust in us. If they would have just asked anyone in the office if this would undermine trust, I'm sure all the developing JMods, you know, the people that we see on live streams that are behind the updates we all love, they would have said it would have undermined trust. Well, the goal was...
I think it's because it was a research partner. And it was a partner that just did a boilerplate, fucking template. I honestly think that they should be really pissed off at this research partner. Because basically what the research partner indicated is that they didn't actually do any of their own research themselves on the product. They didn't look at the product's audience. They didn't look at the way the product was delivered to the audience. All they did was take a cursory glance at the way that the monetization was, and then they tried to port it to make it look a little bit more like Amazon Prime. I think they massively fucked up. Yeah, it's a zero research partner. Exactly. And that's what probably happened. That's not true if you look at the evidence. That doesn't mean anything. You're gonna have to say like that's not okay. Like, what does that mean? And so anyway, I would legit fire a research partner if I was Jagex. Yeah. And so that's what I think happens with a lot of times, is that I actually think that they deferred to the research partner to make all these decisions, and the partner just completely fucked up. But it's extremely easy to say that they should have never done that, and they fucked up by letting them fuck up.
To gather data about speculative options, we should have realized these topics would feel like a betrayal of your trust and the guiding principles that makes our game special. I find it hard to believe that a survey around membership and membership perks is speculative. Why would a company include irrelevant questions in a thoughtfully designed survey? It simply doesn't make sense. Surveys like this are tools for gathering actionable information, not placeholders for random ideas. I remember doing my industrial engineering degree, I had to set up like a little startup company, and some questions I asked in my survey to my target audience, my potential customers. Note, Jagex is serving actual or pre-existing customers here. The questions I asked were, hey, how much would you be willing to spend for this product? What colors would you like the most, or which would you be more likely to pick? And we adjusted our pricing and call options based on those answers. And by the way,
all the surveys that you fill out, their reason why they're giving you the surveys is so they can judge what you want and then better understand and give you products that you want. It's that simple. That's the way that anything is. Like, of course they're going to do that.
The colors, we only picked colors we were capable of producing. And the questions regarding to price, the
survey was more planned than that. They had videos for each question. But what I'm saying is that I think that Jagex just trusted the research partner to know what they were doing. And so they were just like, okay, well, we're just going to do what they say. We're going to read what they say on the teleprompter, and we're going to see what happens. And I think that they might have had some trepidation, but because the research partner was brought in as an authoritative source, they deferred to their authority. And again, none of this absolves them of fault. What I'm just trying to do is provide a reasonable explanation for what could have happened.
Include any options that would go lower beyond our lowest price point, but we did include options that were maybe higher than what we would expect customers to pay for the product. Now, I'm not sure how strong of an argument that is. I mean, you can't really compare a massive company to a startup, but I just wanted to share my 2 cents. Now let's continue reading into...
No, every company does that. Like, have you guys ever taken an exit survey or like a survey from like Genshin Impact or Wuthering Waves or World of Warcraft? Well, they don't ask you who you voted for, do they? They don't ask you what your favorite kind of shoes are. What they do ask you is how you're interfacing with their products, because that's what matters to them. No way Jagex wouldn't have the final say. No, it's not that they didn't have the final say. It's that they deferred to these research partners who told them that it was the right decision, and they let them make the decision and see what happened. That's the reason why. They did have the final say. They probably okayed it. Of course they okayed it. But they did that because they deferred to the authority of the research partner.
What Jagex has learned, because I'll be honest, I don't think they've ever learned. They keep repeating the same process. But let's just, let's go into this message. This process has reaffirmed just how much you care about our games and what you do or do not want to see in the future. Your clear feedback has reinforced our commitment to the values that drive our games and guide the decisions we make. Beyond testing very early concepts of various kinds, no firm plans were in place and not a single line of code has been written for any of them.
For sure.
The survey has been halted. I'm not really sure what they're trying to downplay here. It doesn't matter if they haven't started development on any of these options. The problem here, and whether or not they...
Well, why would they develop an option if they haven't decided whether people want it or not? I mean, obviously they're not going to develop it. They were basing what they were going to develop off of the survey.
Started development on these options or not doesn't really matter, is that they see these options as options when ads have no place in a subscription-based MMO with that many microtransactions. And increased security features
I think ads are okay if it's a free-to-play game, but it's not okay if you're paying money to get into the game. But the fact is that I actually don't think that my opinion on it is actually true. I think that people would accept ads in a game that's not free-to-play. And the way that I know that is because of Netflix and Amazon Prime. Both of these both of these services have ads in something that you pay for. There you go.
Exactly a justification to increase the price of membership by 45%. We take your feedback very seriously. We've heard you loud and clear, again, they say it again, and we want to address some of the main issues we saw mentioned in the RuneScape community. Okay, here it comes. Ads in membership. This was originally to be tested in the context of a lower cost ad-supported membership. We will not include in-game advertisements in any regular paid membership. While we may explore ads in free-to-play as a concept...
Regular is the word that's the qualifier here, and they can make a new membership that doesn't necessarily conflict with this. But I think that there's a very big risk in companies that are trying to use effectively like lawyer language in order to push changes like this onto their player base, because a player base isn't going to respect the individual words that are used. They're going to respect the intention behind the words. A regular person reading this is going to come to the conclusion that they will not have ads in any sort of paid membership. regular being like this sort of word that like, oh, well, this is what we really meant by it. That's not the way that people's brains work, right? And so if you're using words to basically like to make yourself technically correct but still confuse people, the goal is still to confuse and mislead people. And I think that's a bad thing. And I think other people will see that too. Read between the lines. What I'm saying is that if you have to read between the lines with what somebody is saying, and it's in a way that's beneficial to them and not you, they're trying to mislead you. Fundamentally, that's what's happening.
Future, there are no plans for this currently, and we will tread carefully considering all feedback. This is exactly the problem with this message. Up here they say beyond testing very early concepts of various kinds, so they started developing concepts. They mention that there are no plans for this currently, yet they also say that they may explore ads in free-to-play. That's indicating towards a plan to add ads to free-to-play, despite... hold on a second. Mod Pips, I keep saying they, but this is Mod Pips' message. He's speaking for the company. You're literally trying to gaslight us by saying it won't affect you because you're a paying member. We're just going to add it to free to play, basically minimizing the concern here. And
I think that's fine. Am I crazy? I think that's totally fine. If they want to add it to free to play, that's okay.
Да, по принцип да.
I mean, here's the way I look at it, is that if you're like, why is it's not fine? Why is it not? Why is it bad? No, for one reason. What's the reason? The principle? What principle? Because we have a free-to-play community? You have to understand something inside of any sort of business or any sort of transaction. If you are getting something, you have to give something. Whether that's money, time, information, or some form of labor, you have to give something. So if you're playing free to play and they're not able to monetize the accounts that are free to play, then they have to put ads in there in order to do that, or they can't have free to play accounts. It's that simple. So if it's not financially viable or they think that it's okay, then I think it's fine. Why do so many chatters have a fairy tale view on how the world works? Because they don't want to do it. It's that simple. Like there's no real, there's no logic to this at all. Obviously, if you're playing a game free to play, you have to, of course, pay for it somehow, right? Because if you're just playing for free, then how is the company going to make any money? Again, I know that people like being outraged and they like getting mad, but what I'm saying here makes a lot of sense.
Simultaneously also planting seeds for future possibilities, because once ads are in free to play, you could damn well say they're going to be added to members at some point as well. Kind of makes me wonder how much revenue they think they can get out of adding ads to free to play. I can't imagine it being that much, unless ads pay a lot to be in a video game. I feel like getting in more members by producing more content is far more...
Ads pay a lot. They do. That's why every website has ads.
Profitable, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. There's a reason they're considering this.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, AFK timer. Similarly, this was originally included in the context of a lower cost membership option, but we will not be reducing AFK timers for any paid membership from where they are today. Okay, good. Player support. You want improved player support, and this should not require additional charges. We agree. Then why pull it or survey it at all? You've given us deep feedback on this, including in the recent player support survey. We understand the frustrations players have with the existing support systems, and whilst we understand any doubt you might have, we're already making positive progress on this front. And yes, you wanted to charge us more for it. Let's not forget that here. We want to make sure our baseline support offering meets your expectations, regardless of the content and feedback from the recent survey. We hope to be able to talk more about this soon. General principles. We will never degrade or fundamentally change the gameplay experience on offer between subscribers.
Well, that's hard to say. Yeah, I think if a product model for free-to-play RuneScape always works, just give the game enough. You want to compare it to pay-to-pay, it works pretty well, but this is clearly not well enough. If you're playing free-to-play and not giving them anything, you haven't figured out what you're giving them yet. Well, I think that a lot of times, like, that's not really true. So a lot of games base things off of, like, the average amount of money spent. So, like, just because some people's number is 0, well, other people's number is, like, 70. So, like, it averages out to a dollar amount. So basically you have some people that are effectively freeloaders, and then you have other people that make up for it. That's the way the gacha games work with whales. Like, whales in a lot of these free-to-play games make up the vast majority of the amount of money sold, or the amount of, like, items sold and stuff like that. Asmund doesn't understand OSRS. Well, what am I not understanding here? Like, I don't understand, like, what's the point? So, like, all I'm saying is that there's a free-to-play game. If a free-to-play game has ads in it, I don't think that's a big deal. I think if you're paying for it, then it is a big deal. But I don't think that a free-to-play game with ads is a big deal. Sorry.
This might just be the most important sentence of the entire survey. This is the Jagex CEO saying we will never degrade or fundamentally change the gameplay experience on offer between subscribers. Then what exactly is adding community worlds, which is basically modded RuneScape custom servers, to an increased or more expensive membership tier? Community servers are literally a way of modifying your own RuneScape server. And that's definitely gameplay changing. The fact that this sentence is in this message shows that this guy right here, commenting on every video, no matter if it's a guide or something unrelated to Jagex, he always says Jagex lies. The next section about what's next is a bunch of crap. They're saying, oh, we're learning, it's giving us valuable insights, and we're committed to protecting the core principles of our games. And really, what they are trying to do is the exact opposite. Nothing about this survey message makes me believe they're protecting the core principles of RuneScape. What exactly are they?
I think in 5 to 10 years there will be a service that you can pay for inside of RuneScape that there will be a limited amount of ads in it. We can clip it and see what happens in 5 to 10 years, but I think that there are enough use cases of subscription services using limited ads with a cheaper baseline price that I think more companies are going to do it. And I think that as soon as players start accepting one type of it, then it becomes acceptable across the entire market. The game will die before then. I don't think that it will kill the game because it didn't kill Netflix and it didn't kill Amazon Prime. I don't think so. And also, like, you can buy gold in the game, right, with bonds? So, like, if buying gold doesn't kill the game, then I feel like this probably wouldn't either. Yeah, I reset to Netflix because this model, yeah. You don't play, you don't even know. It doesn't matter if I play or not. I know how people behave to these changes because I've observed all of these subscriptions and how they've changed over the years. I've observed 20 or 30 different subscriptions over the last 20 years. To say that this one is somehow some kind of special, unique thing with all of these people being unicorns that are totally different from everybody else, that's crazy. And also, this is clearly the way that things are going. And also, I bet 10 years ago, probably, a lot of the systems that are in the game now would be unthinkable to the player base at that time. I think that people really underestimate how much they're getting boiled. I don't think people even understand it. Like, the idea of playing an MMO early, like just by paying extra money to play it, this would be unthinkable in 10 years ago. Like, think in 2015, 2014, like that, oh, you can play an MMO early and get an advantage over everybody if you pay like $30 extra. People would be up in arms about this. No, I think people are vastly underestimating how easy it is to boil. You're just boiling the fans.
Those core principles, more pips. And what are some specific, measurable, and relevant actions you have taken to improve those principles and the game, and within what kind of timeline can we expect to hear back from you? All of these damage control posts are the same. How many times are you going to say that you've heard our feedback, we'll do better, and you'll be working more with the community? How does that fix the problem?
Every time that you have a situation.
You aren't solving the root cause. In fact, you're barely solving the direct cause of this issue. Your solution is barely a band-aid. What clear, defined actions
It's a delay.
have you taken
That's
to
what it
ensure
is.
this never happens again? And
Okay.
what concrete promises can we...
Това е доста дълго видео. Да се връщаме към Skyrim-чето. Ух. Така. Тук имаше някакви скелети май.
Where is it? I know you were trying to keep it for yourself, Cesar. Always trying to keep it for yourself. No, there's got to be more. Shut up! Shut up! Don't like it. Always trying to...
Dwarven oil. Come Liglio?
Who is this, brother? Another of the smooth skins looking for food? This one wasn't talking to us. No. The one who took my scuba. That's all you've got?
27. Nah. I'll show you what I know. Jordan. What? Откъде? Ага.
Wow. Would you look at that?
Salo, let's just get out of here. Hasn't there been enough death?
Of course you want me to leave. Just waiting for me to turn my back.
Is someone there? That's all you've got? Thought I heard something.
Ти сериозен ли си, бе, брат?
Let's just get out of here. Hasn't there been enough death?
Of course you want me to leave. Just waiting for me to turn my back, so you can have all the glory for yourself. What was that?
Someone there. Thought I heard something.
Time to end this little game. Oh.
I'll kill you where you stand.
Четири. Ничталик. Ще се загледах в то... Елпа. Беше Пейндал.
Oh.
Oh.
Just die! Post
Оба. Аре бе, брат. О май fucking god. Не смених шилда. Добре. То не може ли? Okay. Стига бе, Хъски, престани. Добре. Oh, fuck. Приказки, престани! Стани, бе! Ей! Стани, ти каза, бе! Нещастник! Стани, бе! Ей! Секунда. Окей. Си заместа само купата на кухнята и е сайдо.
You have it. The Kell, the Elder Scroll. Tidkrech Kalos. Time shudders at its touch. There is no question. You are doom-driven. Kogan Akatosh. The very bones of the earth are at your disposal. Go then. Fulfill your destiny. Take the scroll to the Time Wound. Do not delay. Alduin will be coming. He cannot miss the signs. Today, Alduin's lordship will be restored.
Ски, бегай от тук де. Ей, че си досаден. Мялкай.
Challenge. I fear all may be lost.
You worry too much, brother. Victory will be ours.
Why does Alduin hang back? We've staked everything on this plan of yours, old man.
He will come. He cannot ignore our defiance. And why should he fear us, even now?
We blooded him well. 4 of his kin have fallen to my blade alone this day.
But none have yet stood against Alduin himself. Sorry, Birka.
They did not have Dragonrend. Once we bring him down, I promise, I will have his head.
You do not understand. Alduin cannot be slain like a lesser dragon. He is beyond our strength. Which is why I brought the Elder Scroll.
Feldir, we agreed not to use it.
I never agreed. And if you are right,
No,
I'll not need
we'll
it.
deal with Alduin ourselves. Here and now.
We shall see soon enough. Alduin approaches.
So be it.
Tarudis Ani Him Hind Paliv Zuur Hindan.
Let those that watch from Sovngarde envy us this day.
What have you done? What twisted words have you created? Tarudis Arnox, my teeth to his neck. But first, dear Kumar, you will die in terror, knowing your final fate. To feed my power and comfort in Sovngarde.
If I die today, it will not be in terror. First time, worm. See your eye. Skyrim will be free!
Alduin on the wing. Sister Hawk, grant us some sacred breath to make this contract heard. Begone, World Eater. By words with older bones than your own, we break your perch on this age and send you out. You are banished. From all our endings unto the last. You are banished!
It worked. Did it?
Yes, the World Eater is gone. May the spirits have mercy on our souls.
Nakim Silesur. My belly is full of the souls of your fellow mortals, Dovahkiin. Die now and await your fate in Sovngarde. Lost foot, you are too late, Alduin. Dovahkiin, you... Dragonrend, if you know it. My power has waned. Av-Uldir, join me and perish, friends. Picked up the weapon. Ancient foes, but you are not their equal.
Oh shit. Той излетяли бе, майка му стара. Я бе, брат.
This is your chance, Dovahkiin.
Нямам никакви хилинг поушени. Archery. Power shot. Evo тук ще не заеба. Партанакчо целият укръв да го е.
Lot Kongrach. You truly have the voice of a Dova. Alduin's allies will think twice after this victory.
We need to find out where Alduin went.
Yes, one of his allies could tell us. Matmahus. But it will not be so easy to convince one of them to betray him. Perhaps the Hafkasayun, the palace in Whiterun, Dragon's Reach. It was originally built to house a captive Dova. A fine place to trap one of Alduin's allies,
The Jarl of Whiterun might not think so.
Yes, but your Soom is strong. I do not doubt that you can convince him of the need.
You are the master of the Great Beard. Do other come here to train?
I have taught the way of the voice for centuries, and the Thum since long before that. But no, Dovahkiin. Others do not come here to train anymore. Saran, you are the first in over 100 years. I meditate on the Rotmulag, the words of power. I counsel in their use. It is enough for me.
You meditate on the words? How?
Knowing a word of power is to take its meaning into yourself. Contemplate the meaning of a Rotmulag. You will become closer to that word as it fills your inner self. Will I teach you, Dovahkiin? What word calls you to deeper understanding? There are 3 to master. Fus, Faim, and Yol.
Fus?
It is called force in your tongue. But as you push the world, so does the world push back. Think of the way force may be applied effortlessly. Imagine but a whisper pushing aside all in its path. That is Fus. Let its meaning fill you. Sum Ark Mora. You will push the world harder than it pushes back. Which calls to you, Dovahkiin? Fus? Faim. It is... Think of... That is Fus. Yeah. The Hofkossayun has been known as Dragon's Reach ever since.
Cause trouble in Whiterun and I'll haul you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon myself.
In a world of fools, you stand out above the rest. Here, take this small sign of my friendship.
Какво беше та гавра, бе, брат? Potion of minor healing. I need your help. I need to trap the dragon. A dragon in your palace.
I must have misheard you. I thought you asked me to help you trap a dragon in my palace.
You heard right. That's the only way to stop the dragons.
What you're asking for is insane. Impossible. You want me to let a dragon into the heart of my city? With the threat of war on my doorstep?
The threats is worse than you know. Alduin has returned.
Alduin, the World Eater himself. But how can we fight him? Doesn't his return mean it's the end times?
It's only hopeless if we give up.
I didn't say anything about giving up. Now what's this nonsense about trapping a dragon in my palace?
It's the only way to find Alduin before it's too late.
I want to help you, Dragonborn. And I will. But I need your help first. Ulfric and General Tullius are both just waiting for me to make a wrong move. Do you think they will sit idle while the dragon is slaughtering my men and burning my city? No. I can't risk weakening the city while we are under the threat of enemy attack. I'm sorry.
What if you didn't have to worry about an enemy attack?
Then I would be glad to help you with your mad dragon-trapping scheme, but getting both sides to agree to a truce will be difficult at this point. The bitterness has gone too deep. Maybe. What of the Greybeards? They are respected by all Nords. High Hrothgar is neutral territory. If the Greybeards were willing to host a peace council, then maybe Ulfric and Tullius would have to listen.
Leave that to me. I will talk to Arangir about hosting a peace council.
Aye, Dragon. Maybe you can stop the dragons and this war into the bargain. With good planning and constant vigilance.
Повечето тия въпроси са
Even
безмислени.
now, my court wizard, Farengar, continues his research into ways we might drive back these terrors.
Всички знаем на коя страна ще застане
ample reserves of water to combat the fires that will
Ярла.
surely spread after an attack. But our greatest weapon? Courage. For if we cannot kill the beast, we must at least have the tenacity to drive it back. Until brave heroes step forward to destroy these monsters, that is the best we can do. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a city to keep.
Как тук да продам някакви... Окей.
I've got your back. What do you want me to carry?
Ще да видим някакви неща, дали мога да продадем тук на този бастун. Може би това... Пошенките не си спомням дали то може да ги взима. Това ще го... Disenchant. Ще му свалиме това спела от него.
Let's get going then.
Divine smiled. Are you feeling sick? I had you figured for a mage. I think you'll appreciate this.
Nope. Продаваме го. Аз съм го. Fishing map. Не съм сигурен, но това е от юбилейното издание на Skyrim. Това айтъм. И не съм убеден точно какво правеше, но съм сигурен, че ми трябва за някой от квестовете. Може би. Empty. Ти ще ги продадеме също. Той па няма никакви пари, това бастун. Мъкни бе. Ще си вземе едно такова блесинг, не знам как беше точно. Как беше блесинг, бе? На български. Благословение. Благословия. Окей. Майко мия. Така. Аз имам пари, между другото, да си взема къща тука. Да, ще си я взема от това. Бащата на Адриана ли, как се каже, дето притежава магазина за оръжие точно в началото на Whiterun.
If those rebels think they can best us, they have another thing coming. Soon, I can almost taste it.
Само го видя толкова се беше скрил да го е. Ай го е.
The Jarl is, as you can imagine, very busy.
I'd like to purchase a house in the city.
Splendid. There's a house available right now.
I will take
Wonderful. Here's the key to your new home.
I'd like to purchase a homestead outside of the city.
I'll be glad to help you. There are many ways
I
to
like to
improve your
decorate
home,
my
provided you have
home.
the coin. And of course, don't forget to consult your home decorating guide for descriptions of the decorations you can buy. Now, what would you like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? Very well. Is there anything else you'd like to purchase? I'm sorry, but you don't seem to have an... Is there anything else you'd like to purchase?
Добре. Може да не си купуваме къщата, тъй като... Чакай да видим сега. Знаете ли какво? Се върнем малко по-назад. Така. Няма нужда да го купувам това такова. Сега ще си взема от DLC-тата, от юбилейното издание, нали има такива. Е тая тундрата. Мисля, че тя беше точно. Окей. Само че не знам точно как се отключва, че. Дали направо мога да влезна или по някакъв начин трябва да с някакъв квест да отключа ключовете. Сега ще пробвам. Ще видя. Ако сложа повече. Примерно. Тук имаме кошерчета. Супер. Аз съм го виждал само на такова на ревю, мисля, че това. Тук има абсолютно всичко, бе. Така. Тия бяха за квеста. Да. Тия бяха completely Restore за Magica. Ще съм убеден, че тия точно бяха за някакъв квест. Да. И колко...
Still here. What do you want me to carry? Lead on.
И оставя тия глупости вътре. Много мразя как направя. Добре. Hello. Окей. Изстреля го на майка му газа. Anyhow. Чай да видим сега да отключваме тази къща. Окей, разбрах. От същия, който се купуват къщите, трябва да го купим и него. А Веничи това, къде отдеве бяхме при него. Само, че ние колко имаме? Ще трябва да продадем доста нещица обаче. Не. Продължиме с квестовете най-добре. Отиваме при дядковците пак да говорим. Да, те бяха в тази стата. Май. Стигаше до там. Или не? Не, навънка е.
Alduin? We heard the Dragonren shout from here. You defeated him?
Yes, but he escaped. I need to find his portal to Sovngarde.
I feared as much. I thought it was him we saw flying east after your battle.
I need your help. I need to capture a dragon.
We are not warriors. What is overlooked in the Dragonborn is not permitted to any other followers of the Way of the Voice.
I'm worried about capturing a dragon. I need your help to stop the war.
You misunderstand our authority. The Greybeards have never involved themselves in political affairs.
Jarl Bogrov wouldn't help me while the war rages.
I see. The dragon will lead you to Alduin, but without the Jarl's help.
Both sides respect the Greybeards. They will listen.
Paarthurnax has made the decision to help you. This is the road we have to walk. Even the Greybeards must bend to the winds of change, it seems. So be it. Tell Ulfric and General Tullius that the Greybeards wish to speak to them. We will see if they still remember us. Sky, guard you.
Не. Аре де. Така. Друси на контролера е много по-лесно обаче, ама... И с клавиатурата и мишката ще свика.
Our city with your stink, and you refuse to help the Stormcloaks.
But we haven't taken a side because it's not our fight.
Hey, maybe the reason these Greyskins don't help in the war is because they're Imperial spies.
Imperial spies? You can't be serious.
Maybe we'll pay you a visit tonight, little spy. We got ways of finding out what you really are.
Spare. Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart. The divine smile on a charitable soul.
The townsfolk call me captain because I used to be a sailor.
A few septims for my supper is all I ask.
Потичи след мене, мърчо. Я да хващи пъти. Ай, дадохме един голти. Ходи след нас като тия... Къде... Музикантите от Assassin's Creed 2, ти им дадеш, преди им дадеш монети и ходят след тебе всичките.
He knows that. They all know that. How long are you going to wait? You think I need to send Bolgraf a stronger message? If by message you mean shoving a sword through his gullet. Taking his city and leaving him in disgrace would make a more powerful statement, don't you think? So we're ready to start this war in earnest then? Soon. I still say you should take them all out like you did dead King Torrig. Torrig was merely a message to the other Jarls. Whoever we replace them with will need the support of our armies. We're ready when you are. Things hinge on Whiterun. If we can take the city without bloodshed, all the better. But if not, the people are behind you. Many, I fear, still need convincing. Then let them die with their false kings. We've been soldiers a long time. We know the price of freedom. But people are still weighing things in their hearts. What's left of Skyrim to wager? They have families to think of. How many of their sons and daughters follow your banner? We are their families. Well put, friend. Tell me, Galmar, why do you fight for me? I'd follow you into the depths of oblivion. You know that. Yes, but why do you fight? If not for me, what then? I'll die before elves dictate the fates of men. Are we not one in this? I fight for the men I've held in my arms, dying on foreign soil. I fight for their wives and children whose names I heard whispered in their last breath. I fight for we few who did come home, only to find our country full of strangers wearing familiar faces. I fight for my people, impoverished to pay the debts of an empire too weak to rule them, yet brands them criminals for wanting to rule themselves. I fight so that all the fighting I've already done. The Stormcloaks are finding victory across the land. I fight because I must. Your words give voice to what we all feel, Ulfric. And that's why you will be High King. But the day words are enough will be the day when soldiers like us are no longer needed. I would gladly retire from the world were such a day to dawn. Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan. Galmar thinks we should double our men in the Reach. A reasonable strategy. And you, Yorleaf? Well, sir, the hold at Falkreath is fairly vulnerable and blocks the only road from Cyrodiil. A good point, old friend. To be sure, my lord, I am not skilled in the arts of war or military tactics. But you're able to see the whole in the parts, and for that I'm grateful. As you wish, sir. Only the foolish or the courageous approach a Jarl without summons. Do I know you?
I believe we already met.
Is that so? Yes. You were with us at Helgen. Destined for the chopping block, if I'm not mistaken.
I helped Rolaf escape. He said he vouched for me.
Ralof's alive. I hope that's true. He's a damn good man, but he hasn't returned yet. So I'll need to wait for his account. For now, speak with Galmar. I'm always looking for able fighters. Not everyone can say they made it out of Helgen. Seems we're all branded villains these days. So long as your criminal past stays in the past, and you fight for me with honor and integrity, we'll welcome you into our ranks. Aye, but in the meantime, we have a war to plan.
Опа. Грешен копче. I have a message from the Greybeards.
It's about time they turned their gaze from the heavens back to our bleeding homeland. What do they want?
They want to negotiate truce until the dragon menace is dealt with it.
I have the greatest respect for the Greybeards, of course, and the dragon attacks are a growing plague. But the political situation is still delicate. Not all the Jarls are fully committed to supporting me as High King. I can't afford to appear weak. I can't agree to this unless Tullius himself will be there.
Politics, be damned. Alduin has returned.
Alduin? The world eater of song and legend? If that's true, well, it changes the situation, doesn't it? Even Tullius may be forced to talk sense in the face of such a threat.
So, you will come to the Peace Council?
Yes. I'll give Tullius one more chance to quit Skyrim with his tail between his legs.
I don't know how you convinced Ulfric to talk to the Empire. Worse than a waste of time, if you ask me.
Всъщност ние приехме ли да сме от тази фракция?
I'll come to your council, but I doubt any good will come of it.
Може би. Така.
Talk to Gaiman if you want a horse, or Catla if you're looking for work. I can't help you.
Favor the bow, eh? I'm a swordman myself.
Тук беше. Да видя дали си разтокнали чест. Не беше ли тук някъде? О! Ето го е. Heretical thoughts. Nope. Аз го отключих, бе. Мисля си, че не съм го отключил. Затова се телепортирах в това стейло.
Don't think you can barter with me like... Disrespect the law and you disrespect me.
can't wait to kill another of Ulfric's boys.
I'm telling you, Ulfric's planning an attack on Whiterun.
He'd be insane. I remember you. You were at Helgen. Speak to Legate Ricka. I suspect we could use someone like you. I see. Then there's nothing further to discuss. If you change your mind, speak with the Legate.
I have a message from the Greybeards.
What do those old hermits want with me? Why? There's nothing to discuss as long as that traitor Ulfric is in arms against his rightful emperor.
We need a truce until the dragon menace is dealt with.
They are getting to be a problem. But I wasn't sent to Skyrim to fight dragons. My job is to quell this rebellion, and I intend to do just that. Dragons or no dragons.
The dragons are a bigger problem than Stormcloaks right now.
I'll be the judge of that. Besides, by all reports, the Stormcloaks are suffering just as much as we are from these dragon attacks.
Ulfric has already agreed to attend.
Has he? I suppose he doesn't want to miss a chance to bluster about the Empire's many crimes. He's probably hoping I'll refuse so he can blame the Empire for being unreasonable. I think I'll have to disappoint him yet again.
You'll come to the Peace Council then?
Yes, fine. I'll come to this Greybeard Council. For all the good it will do.
That's not what my scouts report, sir. Every day more join his cause. Riften, Dawnstar, and Winterhold support him.
It's not a cause. It's a rebellion.
Call it whatever you like, General. The man's going to try to take Whiterun.
Jarl Balgruuf.
Balgruuf refuses the Legion's right to garrison troops in a city. On the other hand, he also refuses to acknowledge Ulfric's claim.
Без искам. Не знам дали беше такова. Къде да го хвърля? Дроп.
Well, if he wants to stand outside the protection
crimes against Skyrim and your people. What say you in your defense?
General.
You people and your damn Jarls.
Sir, you can't force a Nord
Smart
to accept
man.
help he
Now,
hasn't asked
come along with us. We'll take any stolen goods, and you'll be free to go. After you pay the fine.
Draft another letter with you.
Не е проблем.
The Greybeards have called a peace council at High Hrothgar. You believe it? Both Ulfric Stormcloak and General Tullius have agreed to go.
Така, сега трябва да отиваме при снежните елфи. Които бяха... Или не? Явно.
So, you've done it. The men of violence are gathered here, in these halls whose very stones are dedicated to peace. I should not have agreed to host this council. The Greybeards have no business involving ourselves in such matters.
Don't worry, I will get them to agree to peace.
Peace? I doubt it. They may put their weapons down for a moment, but only to gather strength for the next bloodletting. They are not yet tired of war. Far from it. You know the ancient Nord word for war? Season unending. And so it has proved. But regrets are pointless. Here we are. Take your seat at the council table, and let us see what wisdom we can find among these warriors of Skyrim.
Now that everyone is here, please take your seats so we can begin. I hope that we have all come here in the spirit
You insult us by bringing her to this negotiation? You're Chief Talos Hunter?
That didn't take long.
Here, here.
I have every right to be at this negotiation. I need to ensure that nothing is agreed to here that violates the terms of the White Gold Concordat.
She's part of the Imperial delegation. You can't dictate who I bring to this council.
Please, if we have to negotiate the terms of the negotiation, we will never get anywhere. Perhaps this would be a good time to get the Dragonborn's input on this matter.
By Izmir's beard, the nerve of those Imperial bastards, eh? To think that I would sit down at the same table with that. Thalmor bitch. Either she walks or I do.
Мисля да отговоря с второто. Защото знам по принцип, че първото като избереш тая снежния елф ще си отиде. Да я промисля.
Maybe so, but bringing her here is a deliberate provocation. Tullius needs to know I won't be pushed around. Feels like a mistake to me, but I'll bow to your judgment on this.
Bravo.
But she is to observe, nothing more. We are not negotiating with her. Is that clear?
Ulfric, why so hostile? After all, it's not the Thalmor that's burning your farms and killing your sons.
She's supposed to be on our side?
No, exactly. No. Not this time.
Now that that's settled, may we proceed?
I have something to say first.
Here we go.
The only reason I agreed to attend this council was to deal with the dragon menace. There's nothing else to talk about. Unless the Empire is finally ready to renounce its unjust claim to rule over the free people of Skyrim.
I knew he wouldn't be able to resist.
A temporary truce to allow the Dragonborn here to deal with the dragons, nothing more. I consider even talking to the Empire a generous gesture.
Are you done? Did you just come here to make speeches, or can we get down to business?
Yes, let's get this over with.
Are we ready to proceed? Jarl Ulfric, General Tullius, this council is unprecedented. We are gathered here at the Dragonborn's request. I ask that you all respect the spirit of High Hrothgar. Do your best to begin the process of achieving a lasting peace in Skyrim. Who would like to open the negotiations?
Yes, let's get down to it. We want control of Markarth. That's our price for agreeing to a truce.
So that's why you're here, Ulfric? You dare to insult the Greybeards by using this council to advance your own position?
Jarl Elisif.
General, this is outrageous. You can't be taking this demand seriously. I thought we were here to discuss a truce.
Elisif, I said I'd handle it. Ulfric, you can't seriously expect us to give up Markarth at the negotiating table. You hope to gain in council what you've been unable to take in battle, is that it?
I'm sure Jarl Ulfric does not expect something for nothing.
Yes, that'd be entirely out of character.
What in return?
Wait, General, you don't intend to just hand over Markarth to that traitor?
This is how the Empire repays us for our loyalty?
Enough. First, let's be clear. This council wasn't my idea. I think it's a waste of time. You are a traitor to the Empire and deserve a traitor's death. But I at least will negotiate in good faith. Since we're all here at your request, I'd like to hear what you think Markarth is worth. The rift would help secure our communications with Cyrodiil and threatened Ulfric's southern flank. You heard the man, Ulfric. We've made you a fair offer. Are you serious about these talks, or are you just here to posture?
I expected better from you, Dragonborn. I came here in good faith, and now it seems you help the Empire at every turn. As for you, General Tullius, I see now that Galmar was right. Talking to the Empire is just as useless as ever. If you think you can hold Markarth, you're as deluded as your Emperor when he signed away our freedom to Lathalmor. Skyrim will never again bow to your false empire. Let's go, Galmar. I should have listened to you in the first place.
You always were a fool, Ulfric. You're no better at diplomacy than you are in the battlefield.
Stop! Are you so blind to our danger that you can't see past your petty disagreements? Here you sit arguing about nothing, while the fate of the land hangs in the balance.
Is he with you, Delphine? If so, I advise you to tell him to watch his tongue.
He is with me. And I advise you both to listen to what he has to say before you do anything rash.
Don't you understand the danger? Don't you understand what the return of the dragons means? Alduin has returned, the World Eater. Even now he devours the souls of your fallen comrades. He grows more powerful with every soldier slain in your pointless war. Can you not put aside your hatred for even one moment in the face of this mortal danger?
A very pretty speech. But what does it have to do with the...
If he's right about Alduin, we both have just as much to lose here, Tullius. Remember that. Now, back to the matter at hand. Don't hand me a mug of sheep's piss and call it mead. These terms are still not acceptable.
I'm sure you have something in mind.
Damn right we do.
You surrender Falkreath to us. Sidgeir steps down, and Dengir of Stun resumes the Jarlship.
Where do these demands stop, Ulfric? Do you expect me to surrender all of Skyrim?
It seems I have no choice but to let the Dragonborn decide. Although I'm starting to doubt your fairness. What say you, Dragonborn?
Какво ме караш сега пак да избирам?
Spoken like a true son of Skyrim. I suppose that's the fairest deal we're likely to get.
It seems we may have an agreement. Jarl Ulfric, General Tullius, these are the terms currently on the table. Markarth will be handed over to Ulfric's forces, Jarl Igmund will step down, and Thangvor Silverblood will become the Jarl of Markarth. The Stormcloaks will withdraw from the rift, allowing Imperial troops unhindered access. Jarl Layla Lawgiver will step down, and Maven Blackbriar will become the Jarl of Riften. Falkreath will be turned over to Ulfric, and Dengir of Stun will return as Jarl. You both agree to this?
The Sons of Skyrim will live up to their agreements, as long as the Imperials hold to theirs. What about you, Elisif? Are these terms to your liking? Speak up! I'm sure General Tullius is waiting to do your bidding.
I have nothing to say to that murderer. General, you've proven yourself a good friend to Skyrim. I continue to trust that you will do your utmost to safeguard our interests.
Thank you, Jarl Elisif. I appreciate your loyalty. The Empire can live with these terms, yes, for a temporary truce, until the dragon menace is dealt with. After that, Ulfric, there will be a reckoning. Count on it.
Come on, Dalmar. We have a lot of work to do.
Giving up Markarth is a heavy price for this truce, Dragonborn. I hope it was worth it.
Jarl Balgruuf, I assume you are familiar with the Dragonborn's plan?
Yes, I'm ready to do my part. Just say the word, and my men will help you spring this trap.
But the difficulty remains how to lure a dragon to Dragon's Reach at all.
Well, that's an excellent question. You haven't overlooked that little detail, have you?
I believe I can be of help here. I anticipated the problem. While you were arranging this meeting, I was busy in the library of Skyhaven Temp, an unguessed trove of lost lore. But the important thing is that the Blades recorded many of the names of dragons they slew. Cross-referencing this with Delphine's map of dragon burial sites, I believe I've identified one of the dragons that Alduin has raised up.
How does that help us?
Don't you see? The names of dragons are always 3 words of power, shouts. By calling the dragon with a voice, he will hear you wherever he might be.
Why would he come then called?
He's not compelled to, but dragons are prideful by nature and loath to refuse a challenge. Your voice in particular is likely to intrigue this dragon. After your victory over Alduin, I think it's very likely that he will be unable to resist investigating your call.
So what's the dragon's name?
Indeed. I'm no master of the voice, like these worthy gentlemen, but it is written here in the scroll. Oda Vin, winged snow hunter, as I read it.
Jesus.
I'm glad you were able to negotiate a truce, but I don't trust Ulfric. He'll break his word as soon as it suits him.
Heard they're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something in the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up.
May the gods watch over your battles, friend. As I promised, my men stand ready. The great chains are oiled. We wait on your word. My men know what to do. Make sure you do your part. I'm putting my city in your hands.
Another wanderer here to lick my father's boots. Good job.
You do have a plan for
Hear that?
Steady now.
You went to a great deal of trouble to put me in this humiliating position. Sir Alduin, no doubt you want to know where to find Alduin.
That's right, where he's hiding.
Renikvaza, an apt phrase. Alduin Boval. One reason I came to your call was to test your Thuum for myself. Many of us have begun to question Alduin's lordship, whether his Thuum was truly the strongest. Among ourselves, of course. Muni Mae, none were yet ready to openly defy him.
Where to find Alduin?
What's Lord Croesus? Innumerable pardons, I digress. He has traveled to Sovngarde to regain his strength, devouring the Silesure, the souls of the mortal dead, a privilege he jealously guards. His door to Sovngarde is at Skuldafn, one of his ancient fanes high in the eastern mountains. Mindoran pa ok midove lavarantil. I surely do not need to warn you that all his remaining strength is marshaled there. Zuulost ofan hinlan. Now that I have answered your question, you will allow me to go free?
Not until Alduin is defeated.
Ah, well, Croesus, there is one detail about Skuldafn I neglected to mention.
Tell me what you know then.
Only this. You have the Thuum of Adova, but without the wings of one, you will never set foot in Skuldafn. Of course, I could fly you there, but not while imprisoned like this.
Fine, I will set you free if you promise to take me to Skuldafn.
Onikan Korav Gain Mirad. It is wise to recognize when you only have one choice. And you can trust me. Zuni Tarudis. Alduin has proven himself unworthy to rule. I go my own way now. Free me, and I will carry you to Skuldafn.
Ada.
I can't believe that worked.
Open the
You sure
trap.
about that? You want to let that dragon loose after all the trouble to catch him in there?
Yes, I'm
Your
sure.
funeral. Someone else is gonna have to help you get him back in there again. Get ready to open the trap.
Was nu, ini dein Rufe Astval. Are you ready to see the world as only Adova can? Are you ready to see the world as only
Okay.
can?
Аре
Are
де.
you ready
Да, готов
to see
съм.
the world as only a Dova can? Saran Uth, I await your command as promised. Are you ready to see the world as only a Dova can?
Не.
Zukbrit Oth, I warn you, once you've flown the skies of Kaizal, your envy of the Dove will only increase.
Какво прави то, бе?
Amativ, Mubokotin Stinselok. This is as far as I can take you. Grifoth Akrin. I will look for your return, or Alduin's.
Whoa. Какво? Как не го хвана, бе? Shit. Този път не мога да не го хвана. Окей. Той се качи са на Мекси. Ти ще дойдеш точно сега. панар. Как? Wait, what? Bro. Беше от най-трудните битки, ама сега не е и като да не се запотих. Добре, как излетя? Jesus. Тия не мога да ги взимам кокалите и успите, че няма много място в инвентарите. Nerede? Тия сме заобиколили. Тук малко да изпразниме сташа с полшанки. Не. Аз нямам абсолютно нищо. Там имаше ли нещо интересно? Не мисля. Не. Мразя ги тия ковчези. То ми изкара къла първия. Не, не. Мраза като дигна нещо, което не искам. Като това. Просто демидж. Не, махам го. Тия бяха доста лести. Змия. Кит. Така. Ги забрал тия. Тия двамата ли бяха, бе? Много малко злато, бе. Oh my fucking god. Мраза паяци. Бу. Gold, but oh my fucking god. О, как така стреля нагоре и не оцели. Излитай, приятел. Оттатъка е орел. Или птица по-скоро. Някакъв вид. Ние дойдохме оттам. Явно не е та комбинация. Змия? Чакай. What? Аха, окей. Викам, не мога да греша. Сега ще се кача при вас и ще ви видя сметката. Само да видя точно как става номер. Аха, видях. Влизай навътре, пич. Ти взема стрелите. Да отваря долу ковчежето. Празно. Greater Soul Gem. Nice. Какво пак дигнах, бе? Дигнах му това ли? Бола. Не. Екс. Всъщност, даже вземи полшенката. За магията. Ще да е готино да има тук комбинации, които да ти тестват скиловете. Примерно не сега като го отвориш да се затваря по-бързо, за да използваш Whirlwind, шаута и такива да има някакви хубави комбинации. Няма нищо. Мислех, че ще ме стрелят с някакви... Не. А второто беше молец. И третото мисля, че беше дракон. Да. Колко събрахме? Имаме ли за това... Почти. За това мода с къщата. Дето от Зева го гледахме. Шит. Много си тихиче, го пич. Wait, what? Речи ми аутабна от играта. Пусна ми се някакъв апдейт на Ryzen, на това за процесора. Директно ме изхвърли от играта. What? Local map? Нямам никакъв спомен. О, шет. Трябва да се биеме срещу такъв. Един от тия с маските, май. Или? Охо. Даже направо ще направим ето така. Да дигнем малко стамина, защото не съм я пипал от началото на играта. Enchanting, smithing, heavy armor. Чува се все още на кой точно да заложа, на Light Armor или на Heavy Armor. Power Shot, какво беше? Аха. Не е толкова сериозен скил. То не е скил, да е бонус. Кой? Какво му става, бе? Не му мърда кръвта. Да, Добре, аз на която трудност играх, бе? Не беше малко над средната, мисля, че беше. Gameplay, Adept, Expert, Master, охо. Мисля, че е така на експерт, че го оставим. Една идея ще го качиме. На Legendary е супер дженки и е много такова. Мобовете са супер много голяма кръв и те one-хитват. На мастера... Да, но все още не съм свикнал. И че това ще е перфектно. На тая. На експерт. И сега отиваме в... И... Отиваме в Валхала. Една секунда.
Turn back, traveler. Terror waits within this mist. Many have braved the shadowed veil, but vain is all courage against the peril that guards the way.
Who are you?
Near Giant's Gap, in the gloom before dawn, we marched unsuspecting into the Imperial's trap. Then we stood and fought, our shield wall defending, until by dawn's light, the Legion's ranks wavered. But I never knew if Night's End brought victory, a swift flying arrow to Sovngarde carried me.
What's this mist?
I do not know, but none have passed through. Alduin, his hunger insatiable, hunts the lost souls snared within this shadowed valley. Can you lead the way to where Shore's Hall waits, beckoning us on to welcome long sought? World Eater waits within this. Bring word to Shore's Hall of our hard fate.
Уху-ху-ху-ху. 2011 хора. Jesus. Човек не може да се полюбува малко на това. Ооо, сега то трябва да го бия, бе. Оня мъркуча. Пазача на... Това е такова сцена с шаут. Било да е. Преди много години. За първ път го виждам. Мисля, че. Това ще е тегава битка.
What brings you, Wayfarer Grim? To wander here in Sovngarde, Soul's End. Shore's gift to honor dead.
I seek entrance to the Hall of Valor.
No shade on you, as usually here passes. But living, you dare the land.
Soon.
By what right do you request entry?
By the right of birth, I'm a Dragonborn.
It's been too long since last I faced a doom-driven hero of the Dragonland.
Can I enter the hall?
Living or dead, by decree of Shore, none may pass this perilous bridge till I judge them worthy by the warrior's test.
Super. Чага. Окей, добре. С това трябва да такова. Трябва да сваля трудността със сигурност. Защото ще е доста голема битка. И не ми се занимава, честно ви кажа. Той е брутален. Не ме забравя. Като последно играх Skyrim на Xbox. Един от последните пъти играх, превъртях играта на Legendary. То на Legendary беше буквално аз не мога ли го бия с лъка, бе? Абе, разкарай се, бе. Ей, бе? Отказа ли се, бе?
Shore's favor has found you, Dragon. The Hall of Valor.
Окей. Да, next part.
Heart's ease awaits you.
Welcome, Dragonborn. Our door has stood empty since Alduin first set his soul snare here. By Shore's command, we sheathed our blades and ventured not the Vale's dark mist. But three await your word to loose their fury upon the perilous foe. Gormlaith, the fearless, glad-hearted in battle. Hecon, the valiant, heavy-handed warrior. Feldir, the old, far-seeing and grim.
Тия се бият, викам, какви са тия звуци. Ей, тримата глупаци, в смисъл тримата героя, които ще ми помогнат.
For 100 lifetimes, my heart has burned for revenge. Too long. Alduin's mist is more than a snare. For 100 lifetimes, my heart has burned for revenge.
Ще спрете ли първо да говорите всички, за да мога да...
Feldir speaks wisdom. The World Eater, coward, fears you, Dragonborn. We must drive away his mist, shouting together, and then unsheath our blades in desperate battle with our black-winged foe.
To battle, my friends! The field will echo with the clamor of war, our wills undaunted.
Тук си спомням, даже бях гледал такова типа документално, в смисъл то не документално филмче, нали, ама за лора на Совенгард, че има поне още двама долакина в този хол. Дълъг, не ми говори Defeat Alduin, помагай. Окей, добре. Аз се отдръпна лекичко, че съм по-крехичък. Така. Сега ще трябва да чистя, нали? Идва. Избързах. Аген, ама ще изчакаш 10 секунди. Май това е. Сега трябва да му сритаме задника и приключваме с главната мейн сторито на Skyrim. Но продължаваме с DLC-тата, бе. Да. Замислих се кое е мейн сторито всъщност на Skyrim. Ония, как се каже, къде ни крадеше душите на драконите. Или Alduin, ама Alduin е мейн сторито. Мразя ги тия метеори. Добре, бе, как се дига? Мисъл. Тук няма ли? беше. Не мога ли го сърчна? Знам, че на практика по принцип най-вероятно не е мъртъв, но просто сме го махнали от това един вид като банишинг от това реално.
When you're ready to rejoin the living, just bid me so, and I will send you back. Return now to Nurgle, with this rich boon from shore, my lord. A shout to bring a hero from Sovngarde in your hour of need.
Това е вата. С шал и те връща в нормалния свят. Да.
Surut fur kanaran. The Vakin los Oktavakri.
Артанакшо, няма ли да кажеш нещо, бе?
So, it is done. Alduin belongs. The eldest is no more. He who came before all others and has always been.
You don't sound very happy about it.
Happy? No, I am not happy. Mahi lost Undul Bormahu. Alduin was once the crown of our father Akatosh's creation. You did what was necessary. Alduin had flown far from the path of right action in his Pachlok, in the arrogance of his power. But I cannot celebrate his fall. Zutiraz Ach Ochmah. He was my brother once. This world will never be the same. Goran, I feel.
Goran. Това е страничен квест. Журнал. Точно така, да. Не. Imperial Legion със сигурност няма да го джойна. Съм най-малкото, защото в Stormcloak, като отидеш от тяхна страна да се биеш, имаш по-малко квестове като цяло. Imperial Legion ти дадат някакви супер фетч квестове, дето са отиди дай този документ на еди кой си и някакви такива глупости, дето ти удължават геймплея. И то няма никакъв читав и квест като цяло. The College of Winterhall. Квестове Thieves Guild, Downguard, Това е Dragonborn DLC-то. Мисля, че TESV Guild ще го почнем сега. Или да е този пол. Тук не си спомням какво трябваше да се прави. Пак трябваше да се върнем май в това. В дънджена. Да, пак. Сега трябва да минем всичкото пак отново ли, бе? Това не е нормално. Мислех, че от една врата може да се влезне, ама... явно. Папа, на къде водиш? Забрал съм ги повечето неща да я. Ага, тук. Това мисля, че не съм го виждал до сега. За първ път. Почти съм убеден, че го правя по грешния начин. В смисъл, не по грешния, но по дългия начин, но... Има значение. Така и така вече сме тук. Нагоре? Да. се разпълнало ли, бе? Куче... Куче на исляма. В принцип има и по-лесен начин, по-бърз начин да слезна чак до долу, ама предпочитам да играя на сигурно. То не, че нещо ще загуба, да, ама без това го минавам за втори път тука. Колко ушаци. Ма, за съжаление не мога ги дигнем. Просто са декорация. Леле, как минах. Ага. Това направо го заковаха. Винаги закачат капаните. Това го лутнахме. Да. Само то да не се активира. Предполагам на там. Това ми е много познато. Дали нямаше някакъв мод свързан с... Може да се е бъгнал квеста. И това е вероятно. Защото те сега всичко ми е... Трябваше просто отдеве, като бях тук, да си взема лексикон и там какъв е това купчето. Много съм зле. Айде дали откачени обратно.
In the beyond, I'll know your lost unknown and rise to your depths.
I've inscribed the lexicon.
Give it quickly. Extraordinary. I see it now. The ceiling structure interlocks in the tiniest fractals. Dwemer blood can loose the hooks, but none alive remain to bear it. A panoply of their brethren could gather to form a facsimile. A trick. Something they did not anticipate. No, not even them. The blood of Altmer, Bosmer, Dunmer, Falmer, and Orsimer. The elves still living provide the key. Bear you hence this extractor. It will drink the fresh blood of elves. Come when its set is complete.
О, да. Стих се. Why are you so eager to open the box?
The box contains the heart. The essence of a god. I have devoted my life to the Elder Scrolls, but their knowledge is a passing awareness when compared to the encompassing mind of divinity. The Dwemer were the last to touch it. It was thought to have been destroyed by the Nerevarine, but my lord told me otherwise.
Who is your lord?
The Daedric Prince of the Unknown, Hermaeus Mora. I thought there were no secrets left to know until I first spoke to him. He asks a price to work his will. A few murders, some dissent spread, a plague or two, for the secrets I can endure. In time, he brought me here, to the box. But he won't reveal how to open it. Maddening!
Качалко, качалко. Oh shit! Hey, go there.
Come closer, bask in my presence.
Who are you?
I am Hermaeus Mora. I am the guardian of the unseen, a knower of the unknown. I have been watching you, mortal. Most impressive.
What do you want of me?
Your continuing aid to Septimus renders him increasingly obsolete. He has served me well, but his time is nearing its end. Once that infernal lockbox is opened, he will have exhausted his usefulness to me. When that time comes, you shall take his place as my emissary. What say you? Indeed, speak with me when the box has been opened, and all shall be revealed.
Много сме ниски, бе. Имаше и за това мод. Малко по... височко да се дишим, чувство, че клича постоянно. Окей. Miscellaneous Thieves Guild. И през това време ще вършим и този квест. Аз колко имам вече, бе? 7300 е още малко. Вече Imperial Legion тук командва Рифтъна. Нали го разпределихме за тях да остане. Сега къде? Извинявам се. Къде ще искаме от... I have a message from Briniaro.
What does he want now? I already explained to him that you can't get blood from a stone.
This isn't about the money anymore.
Look, I can't make the coin appear out of thin air. Please, be reasonable. I'll pay next month.
We run out of patience.
And so have I. What's the point of paying anyway? Your outfit can't even fend for itself. I could do better tossing the gold into the sewer. You can't scare me with your tough talk. I'm not paying you people a single coin.
Окей.
Please, don't take the statue. It's the only thing of value I have left.
Могло. So you shouldn't. So you should. I dropped this statue down. Well.
Not Lady Debella. No, please.
Lady
I can't
Debella.
lose her. I get the message. Here, take your gold. I hope you choke on it.
Дебелата леди. Дебела.
Crime and corruption in Riften is really getting to him. Now that we hear rumors about the dragons... Help! Someone's being attacked!
It's nothing.
Не със сигурност е това. Не си спомням как точно трябваше да го накарам това.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people. What say you in your defense? Last never should have come here. You're around. Fall back.
Over here. Stand.
Nope. Трябваше да направя.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf you'll just have to make do without.
I can't
Be
pay.
careful.
I can't.
This isn't happening.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf you'll just have to make do without my coin.
I can't pay. I can't.
Oh my word. Don't do that.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf you'll just have to make do without my coin.
Какво е това? Нямаше нужда да го Получавам по принцип, да, ама без да искам. О, да! Това май беше един от квестовете за тия вампирските... Не трябваше да го правя. Окей. Мислих, че някъде ще се телепортирам.
I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf he'll just have to make do without my coin. I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf he'll just have to make do without my coin.
Help! Someone's being attacked!
You're mine!
Добре, бе, как да го накарам то тапанар да се...
Tell Brynjolf he'll just have to make do without my coin.
Да се съгласи. Айде пак да ги прочетем всичките тия глупости. Не! Fucking god. Не! Колко пъти ще го направя без да искам? Така. Окей. Да видя... Не. Това беше... Не е това. Последното значи. Окей, добре. Стана само това...
All the crime and corruption in Riften is really getting to him. And now that we hear rumors about the dragons, he's been very depressed. Bercey's afraid that someone's making a move to take the pawn prawn from us. I think he's being paranoid. We both own the pawn prawn together, but he single-handedly kept the place running despite all our problems. I just care about my husband so much, and I hate to see him in this state.
Ко прибрах без да искам, бе. Как никой не ме видя.
Giving and giving, Bercey, and they'll keep taking and taking. When is it going to end?
Would you have me do, woman? Cross the guild? Take them all on one by one?
You know I don't mean that. We need to find a way out of this. Perhaps talk to Layla.
Layla is as clueless as she's stupid. No. If anything's to be done about this, we have to deal with it ourselves. I'm sorry, you're going to have to leave. Tell Brynjolf he'll just have to make do without my coin.
Чага, почваш да ми лазиш по нервите.
I'm sorry. You're going to have... Leave. Tell Brynjolf he'll just have to make do without my coin.
Интересно. Как ще накарам това да даде пари?
Here for a room or something to drink? You want something or not? I've already told that buffoon that I'm not paying you people a single coin.
I fear that you soon may leave us.
It was never our request.
Look around you. I'm barely keeping this rat hole together. The wars seen to that.
If you were to leave, I'd miss you terribly.
Eren, I owe you my life. It would take a threat to all of Skyrim for
Come on, give it your best shot.
Давай.
12 septims on the big one.
Make it quick. Dude, where's it going right now?
Чакай малко.
Now, what did you want? I already paid you.
We got the message. Just...
Hey, don't look at me that way. Who are you to judge me?
Зато как да го накараме?
My husband Bercy will be the death of me. He spends too much time worrying about Riften and not enough about himself.
Rifa, I was looking through our books and there's an entry for spices. Says we spent 300 septims. What is that?
Spices? I'm certain I have no idea what you're talking about.
You sure? It was in your handwriting. If you can't keep the books straight, then let me do them.
Ah, yes, spices. That was a special order for someone in Whiterun.
Oh no, you're the one from Brynjolf's outfit, aren't you? Oh, there's no need for that. I know why you're here. Tell Brynjolf. Oh, and look, I even have the payment I owed. Here, take it.
Преди малко не искаш сега изведнъж. Да, няма проблеми, ето ти го. В смисъл, не искам проблеми. Не.
Buying and selling fine jewelry here.
So, job's done and you well done. And it would seem I owe you something in return. Here you go. I think you'll find these quite useful.
What's next then?
Judging from how well you've handled those shopkeepers, I'd say you've done more than simply prove yourself. We need people like you in our outfit.
If there's more gold, where that came from, I'm in.
That's the spirit. Larceny's in your blood. The telltale sign of a practiced thief. I think you'll do more than just fit in around here.
Before we go, I have to ask.
What's on your mind?
Word is your outfit isn't doing well. True?
We've run into a rough patch lately, but it's nothing to be concerned about. Tell you what, you keep making us coin, and I'll worry about everything else. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Now, if there are no more questions, how about following me and I'll show you what we're all about?
Join the TESV Guild.
I think you better listen to Mercer and Brignold first. We can talk later.
We can talk later.
Let me show you the operation. Then you can ask your questions. Mercer, this is the one I was talking about. Our new recruit.
This better not be another waste of the Guild's resources, Brynjolf. Before we continue, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you play by the rules, you walk away rich. You break the rules and you lose your share. No debates, no discussions. We do what we say, when we say. Do I make myself clear?
Nah. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, maybe you don't belong here. I'll ask again. Are we clear on all of this?
Okay, добре. I understand.
Good. Then I think it's time we put your expertise to the test.
Wait a moment. You're not talking about Golden Glow, are you? Even our little Vex couldn't get in.
You claim this recruit possesses an aptitude for our line of work. So let him prove it. Golden Glow Estate is critically important to one of our largest clients. However, the owner has suddenly decided to take matters into his own hands and shut us out. He needs to be taught a lesson. Brynjolf will provide you with the details.
Mercer, aren't you forgetting something?
Oh, yes. Since Brynjolf assures me you'll be nothing but a benefit to us, then you're in. Welcome to the Thieves Guild.
Welcome to the family, lad. I'm expecting you to make us a lot of coin, so don't disappoint me. Simple. Do as you're told and keep your blade clean. We can't turn a profit by killing. You should talk with Delvin Mallory and Vex. They know their way around this place, and they'll be able to kick some extra jobs your way. Oh, and talk to Tonelia in the Flagon. She'll set you up with your new armor. Golden Glow Estate is a bee farm. They raise the wretched little things for honey. It's owned by some smart-mouthed wood elf named Arengoth. We need you to teach him a lesson by burning down 3 of the estate's hives and clearing out the safe in the main house. The catch is that you can't burn the whole place to the ground. That important client Mercer mentioned would be furious if you did. The guild depends on an arrangement of influential people to keep things running smoothly. Without them at our backs, we'd be in serious trouble. Maven prefers that Arengoth remains alive. But if he tries to stop you from getting the job done, kill him. The guild has a lot riding on this. Don't make me look foolish by mucking it up. They're built like small fortresses to resist the weather, but their one weakness is flame. Besides, nothing tells the people of Riften we mean business better than a huge column of smoke. I'll give you one good reason. Maven Blackbriar. Burn all the hives, and she'd have to import honey for Blackbriar meadery, which would cut into her profits. Golden Glow Estate brought in a mountain of gold for the guild. You could almost call it our sweetest deal. Then out of the clear blue, Arengoth stopped sending us our cut. Mercer was, well, angry to put it kindly. So we send in Vex, find out he's hired a bunch of mercenaries to guard the place. Aye. Arengoth sent the city guard packing and fortified the entire island. In fact, Vex barely made it out of there alive. You should talk to her about it before you go. We had an arrangement with Maven. We kept an eye on Golden Glow Estate to make sure the honey kept flowing. If the workers had a dispute, we'd rough them up. If competitors tried to buy honey from Arengoth, we'd steal the shipments. In return, Maven allowed us to extort Arengoth and bring in a huge payout. You watch yourself on that island. Those mercenaries don't take prisoners.
Трябва да... В смисъл опция не е като цяло нужно да говорим със сигурност, ама ще го чекнем.
Before we begin, I want to make two things perfectly clear. One, I'm the best infiltrator this rat hole of a guild's got. So if you think you're here to replace me, you're dead wrong. And two, you follow my lead and do exactly as I say. No questions, no excuses. Then we understand each other. Good. Now, it's time to get your feet wet. And I don't want to waste a lot of time talking about anything but business.
What sort of business?
I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you. We're in a bad way down here.
Any idea why?
Who knows? Old Delvin thinks it's some kind of curse. I think he's crazy. If you want my opinion, I'd say it's just plain old bad luck.
So, what can we do?
You can get out there and start making a name for us again. Make them start fearing us like they did long ago. And while you're at it, make a little bit of coin on the side. Not a bad deal, eh?
I heard you run into troubles in Golden Glow.
Yeah, I did. That wood elf's wit. He's a lot smarter than I expected. Can you believe that fetcher had more than tripled the guard? There must have been 8 of them in there. It was like he was daring us to come and get him.
Any tips to get me in there?
Well, there's an old sewer tunnel that dumps into the lake on the northwest side of the island. That's how I slipped in there. Should still be unguarded.
Okay.
Hey, I still have plenty of work to do here.
Да заминаваме.
So you're the new recruit, huh? Well, looks like you and I are gonna have to get very well...
Hey, let's talk a second.
Hey! I want to talk to you. You're pretty tough. I respect that. Bringing in a lot of coin for the guild. Making us look good, too. Let me know if you need anything, okay? Always a pleasure.
You made it. Good to see you, my friend. I'll never forget how you saved my life from those Thalmor maniacs.
Yeah, I guess I have a minute. What do you want?
Good to see you again, friend.
Дори не се сещам за какво говори това. Ето го е. Ето го търси.
I'll show you what I know. If you ever need more practice with the bow.
Не, благодаря. В момента Sure, buddy. Candle. Това не е ли квест за Great Fox? Забрах, че него го има. Найс. Кой се бие тук, бе? Чувам някакви, че се тепат. Тренират просто. Добре. Чакай се върнем. Тук не мога ли да си спечеля такова безплатен кон от това? Или не е нужно да влизаме с злом, просто мога да го изчакаме. 7 часа? Мисля, че са достатъчно.
Teach you a lesson.
Yo, what?
Come here. You won't leave here alive.
Okay.
Stay in your precious forms. Just come. That's it. That's all you've got. That's all you've got. Force, brother!
Защо не мога да го чета от тях, от техното тяло, в смисъл? Трябва да го взема, за да го прочета. Alvor. Here is the agree upon amount. I expect you to faithfully carry out my request to teach a lesson to the thief. You need not kill him, but I have no qualms about About if you deem it necessary. Алвор. Не беше ли това летновача в Ривервуд? И там как беше? Вече заспивам. Е тук да, в Ривервуд. Алвор. Wait, what?
If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm. We'll fix storm.
Faithless Imperials.
Добре.
Hey now, you be careful with that fire. Too lazy to walk, eh? Well, you found the right place.
Can I buy a horse?
Don't mind if you do. What's your price? Should have known you'd be a cheap one. I'm not a... Not me. I'm no weakling. Oh. You match the bet, and we fight until one of us gives in.
Okay.
All right, remember, this is a clean fight. No weapons, no tricks. And none of those fancy magic spells either. Here we go. Come on, never should have come here. Lucky hit.
You're just gonna stand there and take it? Fight back!
I'll tear you to pieces. Got him fast. That's your do your work.
Пендъл, махни се от...
I don't believe it. I guess you were right. Not at all. It's good to be put in your place once in a while. I guess I shouldn't boast so much. It gets expensive.
Мислиш, че ще ми даде кон. За това, че го биха, но нищо е. Айде още 25. Първият път.
You've been a good friend to me. That means something. Too lazy to walk, eh? Well, you found the right place.
Чудо ми е то див кон... Едва ли си струва? Не мисля. Тази шахта, колкото си спомням, беше тук от задната страна. Ето тук някъде беше. Оп, ето я. Чет. На време се мръднах. Някой умря. Първо да изгорим кошерите. О! Последния момент го видях.
What was that? Time to end it. I've suffered worse during training. Son of a...
Аз съм изял всичките храни. И мисля, че нямам каквито и да било полшенки за хилване. Къде отидоха, бе? А? Тип събаци късаняците. Нямат почти нищо да ява. Чакай, тук е така да се... Abrí, tapanar. А тук букук. Знаех, че няма го целя. Къде изчезна това? Супер Сай Дракон дойде. Да. Ей, нещастика. Предавам се и... Сега тук как се качваше? Беше много тегаво за качване. Имаше едно-две местенца само. Добре. Вече само 3 кошера трябва да запалим. 1, 2, 3. Толкс. Добре. Стой! Не! Много мраза. Добре. Чай да ги чарнеме тия, всъщност. Си качиме хелта. Сник. Не де. Да си инчантнеме блейда. Select. Така. И... Не. Къде скачваше, бе? Ще минем от задната страна на всеки случай. Помня, че нямаме локпикчета, да, ама... Друго си от първия път, като го удариш. Е така, ама от първия път. Не от 6. Аз кръг ли се върта или така ми се струва? Aha. Да, как стига догоре? Oh.
Someone there?
Yeah. First,
just a scratch.
Like the bite of a flea. Die, damn you! You're out. Fall back.
тук имаше някакъв сейф, си спомням. Беше... Така, чест да не сейф. Не, нищо интересно. Тук насам кога имаше? Да. После ще слезем на тука. Абсолютно.
What was that? Time to end this little...
Enough! Hey, what are you doing?
Jesus. Абе, избиваме ги всички, бе.
Worthless mercenaries. I didn't think Maven or Mercer would allow me to get away with this, but I had little choice.
I just want the key to your safe.
I can't. If I do, I may as well cut my own throat.
What makes you think I wouldn't?
No! I'm not about to let you ruin everything I've worked so hard for.
You're dead! That's the best I do!
Найс. Идеално. 29. Нашия бол колко е? 27. Окей. Три. Найс. Той има един куп стрели. Бинаджа. Това заебания квест от Бефезда. Близко бях. Втория път. Айде да дърпаме Фейндал. Къде слизаш? Тално забрах, че тук има някакви пичове. Свършвам този квест и лягам, защото вече сме почти 9 часа стримам. За днеска толкова. Има още време, да? Късновата. Малко късничко да се предаваш. Yes, първи път. Ама това е и за начинаещи това съндък. Окей. Може ли да го прочетеме?
If you need marksman training and you've got the coin, I'm ready.
Word on the street is Golden Glow's been hit. Good job, lad.
Good job, lad. Yes. And here is what was in the safe.
Let me take a look at what you found.
Бележка.
What's that idiot thinking? He
Касова
has no
бележка.
idea the extent of Maven's fury when she's been cut out of a deal. But I'm certain he'll find out. If only the parchment had the buyer's name instead of this odd symbol. Any idea what that might be?
No idea.
Last. Well, I'll check my sources and speak to Mercer. But for now, you're off to speak to Maven Blackbriar. She asked for you by name. Don't sound so eager.
Време да се
It's not a
срещнем с
social
нея.
visit. It's business. That's between you and Maven, and I prefer to keep it that way. Don't worry about it. Maven's business dealings usually involve quite a bit of gold for her people. Of course, your pay. You're smart as a whip, lad. Keep doing right by us, and there's plenty more where that came from. Until next we meet, lad.
Got a minute? Wanted to say something. I've never seen anyone with skills like yours. My father told me he found me as a young... All he found in my pocket. No, I must have spent every last coin, perhaps. But if not, if they actually thought it was fitting, I suppose. I appreciate that. Keep to the shadows. Huh?
Окей. Другия път ще го направим. Ще говорим с та Maven Blackbriar. Сейваме. И това е. Продължаваме. Следващия път, може би утре, ще стримам, ще видим как ще. Ако има време.